John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
So this is when I'm supposed to come up with some creative way to tell you about what the show is going to be about today.
We're counting on you.
The Sixers season ended yesterday. That's what we're going to talk about today, okay? Tobias Harris scored 0 points. Tyrese Maxey did not play well in the first three quarters. There's a lot to talk about today. All right, let's have at it. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
If Howie Roseman covets a guy, you go get your guy. I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
There's some in the fan base that are very much of the belief that clock is ticking. I couldn't look at it more opposite. I think this team has a window.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hello. It's Kincade and Salciunas. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, why does this keep happening to me, man?
I'm going to tell you, I expected more out of you to start the show. I don't know why, though. I don't know why. Because I think we will reflect in the next 4 hours that we're feeling like many of you in your cars.
I just
or sitting at your desks.
I haven't settled in it. I'm trying to control myself because I don't want to let it all out in the first 5 minutes of the show.
And you also, too,
It's the calm before the storm, Johnny.
You don't want to come unglued. Like, you do want to come unglued.
Oh, trust me.
We all do.
Trust me, I do.
But you don't want to because, I don't know, I mean, there's too much to discuss and unwrap. And I don't know, if we did the one-word thing the other day, I feel very conflicted today.
Well, yeah, and I get
Very
why.
conflicted.
Because here's why you feel conflicted. And you didn't even express your feelings to me. You just told me that you felt conflicted.
I feel really conflicted.
When I walked into the building today. And here's why you feel conflicted. Because you saw what you wanted last night out of the big man.
No question.
The Sixers played their guts off after going down, 22 points
in the first quarter.
Usually, what was everybody's first thought when they're down 22 in the first quarter?
It's happening again.
They didn't show up to another elimination game.
Gutless.
They came back. They take a lead. They played their balls off, right? They had it. It was last night. I've said this to you now probably 10 times during the series. I wish I wasn't a Sixers fan for a second. Not because they lost, but because this series was actually highly entertaining. It just sucks that I had a side in this series, and unfortunately my side lost. But this was a very entertaining series, back and forth from Game 1 through Game 6. But then from a Sixers fan point of view, you got what you wanted out of the big man yesterday. 39 points, 13 rebounds, 40 minutes of work. His best and, quite frankly, only good performance in an elimination game.
His best by far.
And he balls out yesterday, but unfortunately, it's not enough because the Knicks played good basketball as well yesterday. Jalen Brunson out there last night, 41 points, 12 assists, something that you pointed out to us before the show started. All 5 starters for the Knicks finished in double figures yesterday. And, look, is he the reason why they lost the game specifically? No, he's not. But freaking Tobias Harris, 2 field goal attempts, 0 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. It's not like he uplifted his game anywhere else. I am so thankful that I get to at least celebrate one freaking thing today, and that means the end of the Tobias Harris era, unless Daryl Morey decides to re-sign him. And if you do, Daryl, oh, so help me.
I have a lot of conflicted feelings about the head coach.
Yeah.
Who I think that one thing I saw is Nick Nurse's team plays tougher in the postseason than other coaches I've seen. But I also have conflicted opinions about what his strategy was, what his decision-making was after watching that. Again, you said it perfectly, and it's where I'm at. Joel Embiid, and I felt it so confidently going into yesterday.
You did.
I thought Embiid was going to ball out. I admired that effort last night. I admired the grit and the toughness and the fight that he had. I think part of it was because of the fact that the Knicks said, well, Maxey's not beating us tonight. But you know what, though? You get opportunities. You got to seize opportunities, and Embiid did that.
Yeah.
I'm very conflicted because usually when the Sixers lose, when their season's done, it reinforces and says to me, okay, they are what I thought they were. This series was so entertaining and so hard fought. I hate it was a really entertaining series stuff when my team loses because I always feel that's sort of a loser approach. Did you win or did you lose? I'm conflicted about it all because I thought that series was freaking awesome.
Well, I mean, look, last night.
It was an awesome series.
Again, last night, it sucks that our team was on the losing end of it. Last night, the storylines that you get out of it, Buddy Hield, I put out a tweet, and I love sports and I hate sports because I hate the emotion, the poor emotion that I get out of it. Obviously, you love the celebration, you love the enthusiasm that you get going up to a game. I love sports that a guy like Buddy Hield, who they traded for, who I was so in favor of when they made the trade, was a disappointment when they acquired him, except for the first 2 games that he played in, to the point where he gets benched in the playoffs. He gets an opportunity to play yesterday, and he just goes off for 20 points. Sports is a beautiful thing, man. A guy that's basically out of the rotation gets a shot, and he takes a shot finally, makes it, and then gets unlocked and scores 20 points.
And why was he out of the rotation?
And then you go to that.
Right, exactly.
In the third quarter, he doesn't play.
I don't get it. And one of the things that I'll point to a lot is feel. I thought Nick Nurse had a bad feel for the game last
night. It made no sense. This is one of those things where you got a gift, Nick Nurse. You got a gift. Buddy, did I expect Buddy Hield to keep on shooting the way that he did? Absolutely not.
No.
But when he goes out there in the fourth quarter and hits his first attempt in the fourth quarter, every Sixers fan is validated when they're questioning, where is Buddy Hield? Why would you take the hot hand out? Why would you not have the hot shooter in the game? I understand that Joel Embiid went off for 16 in the third quarter, so I don't know how much there was to give around for Buddy Hield, and maybe that was Nick Nurse's mindset. I don't know, but you don't take the hot hand out, especially for an entire quarter. These are the guys that played over Buddy Hield in the third quarter. Embiid, Maxey, okay, we get
absolutely.
it. Kelly Oubre gave you 4 points in the third quarter. Tobias Harris, goose egg. Cameron Payne, 4 minutes, gives you 3 points. Nico Batum gives you 4 minutes, scores 3 points. Kyle Lowry played 7 minutes and gave you squat.
Nico Batum, another guy that I literally had to go to YouTube to know his game when he came here. I wasn't schooled on him. Bob was talking about him and everything, and I'm going to YouTube to learn about him. There were parts of this series where I just said, man, he impressed the hell out of me.
Yeah, because
he impressed the hell out of me because I think the effort, the energy, the excitement was there. That's where I'm so damn conflicted this morning, is because there's so many things that I want to say. No one hates moral victories more than me. Nobody scoffs at the idea of a moral victory. And when you are a coin flip to win a series, which is what the Sixers were in this series, it was some sports books had the Sixers favored, some had the Knicks favored, and it was razor thin. I hate talking about moral victories, and I won't, because the Knicks won the series, and the Knicks were the better team, something we've talked about all week long.
Absolutely.
They were the better team. And then I say to myself, were you not built right? Or did guys that Daryl Morey should have been able to count on didn't come through?
And that could be it. I mean, look, there's a reason why you lose the series. There's a million reasons why you lose the series, right? Sometimes it's guys not coming through. Sometimes they are dealing with an Embiid injury, which probably hampered him early on in the series. Effort was questioned early on in the series, which just can never happen. That's something that's inexcusable. Look, I know last night was a tremendous game, and this series ended up being a great series. I will not forgive them for the first 2 games of the series when I think effort is the reason why you lost, or at least games 1 and 4 are the reason why you lost, and it comes down to effort. They should have won the series had they just done certain things correct. And I'm not saying hitting a basketball shot. I'm not saying setting a screen.
No, fundamentals.
I'm saying effort. Right. And that can't be forgotten, right? Even though we're celebrating that Joel Embiid played so well in this game last night and Buddy Hield at the moment, it was a beautiful night until they lost. I can't forgive that 2 of the games in this series you lost because I think you just had a lack of effort. and that's something that needs to be focused on during this offseason, and we'll have the offseason conversation. Right. I want to make this clear for you that are listening right now. Today is a day where we are going to react to last night, react to the series, react to the season. If you want to call in and say, hey, this is what I want them to do in the offseason, go for it. But I'm going to tell you right now that John and I are not doing the what's next conversation because
not
right
today.
now we are in the here and now. Another thing that we're going to do, look, something that I think I do well, but also sometimes I think I need to work on. I prepare a lot when it comes to a show, right?
We're both over-prepared.
We are.
Over-preparing is just part of our
And
nature.
sometimes that may take away from you as the ability to react. This is a very bare show sheet today, my
Correct.
man.
It's pretty much empty.
We would love to hear from you
Mailed
today.
in. Look, there's nothing on it.
Oh, yeah,
for our
today's a
YouTube
mailed in.
audience.
Oh, yeah, man.
There's like nothing on it.
I'm
today.
stealing money
By the way,
from the
we're all
Beasley Media
tired.
Group.
We're all tired today too.
Oh,
Tobias.
I got
look,
Salciunas in there.
look
Oh,
at
yeah.
our YouTube audience
I
is seeing.
put more effort in this bare show sheet than that guy. 29 minutes of cardio. 29 minutes of cardio. That's all he did. And I know, he played great defense on Jalen Brunson. Did he? He scored 40 freaking points. I heard this last year against the Boston Celtics. Oh, I give him a lot of credit. He played good defense on Jason Tatum. Tatum went off in the second half of that series. Tobias Harris scored 2 points in Game 6. It's a freaking constant. Every single year, I have to watch this guy disappear.
Not every single year. You're never going to have to watch it again.
I better
You
not.
will never have to watch it.
Better
again.
not.
You could blindfold every one of us today with dental floss. I mean, we are tired. We're tired. You're tired. You feel it. That frustration you just gave, I bet you if I had 1,000 of our listeners that had microphones in their house, some variation of what you just said was said. And
there's been 5.5 years of, I can't even say pent-up frustration because we've all let it out. Like, I don't think anybody's held back.
I'm beyond. The thing is, though, is I'm beyond it. It's like because once I learn what I think I know about somebody, something, some team, then they can't hurt me anymore. Because I just say, I'm not expecting anything of them, and anything I get from this person is a bonus.
But this dude, John,
it's
played very well in Game 5.
He did.
He played well in Game 5.
Look at it
and
this
then,
way.
God forbid, I expect him to do half.
And
He didn't even do a third.
And that's the story of this series. For 3 quarters last night, I don't know who the hell Tyrese Maxey was.
Right.
For Game 5, Tyrese Maxey looked like one of the greatest players in the NBA.
Yeah.
Game 6, Joel Embiid was everything you could imagine you want him to be in a closeout game. He rewrote the narrative with the season on the line. And again, I'm not going to look at the outcome and find some reason. At that point, he did exactly what I want my best player to do in a big game last night. He dominated play, quite a bit of it. And by the way, right after the second half started, the way he came out to start the second half, shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
That was odd for me because I don't see that out of Embiid a lot. Sometimes he has to sort of warm up, even if he's had a great first half. He came firing, and they had the Knicks on their heels, and they just couldn't put the dagger in them.
No.
And congratulations to the Knicks because they were a great team through this entire series.
Yeah.
They were balanced, and it just pisses me off.
It does. And so this is a day. Phone line, text line.
Yes.
We would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. This is a day where we want you to react because, look, we yell and scream enough every single day. We want you to be able to get off your frustration or vent or whatever your feelings are today. Let's talk about it, 610-632-0975. Now, before I get to Connor's thoughts, I will say this one more thing because, again, we're focusing on the here and now. We are. And not the future.
Right.
There is a huge offseason ahead for the Sixers. I saw Bobby Marks put out all the information about what the Sixers have this offseason. You know, 2 draft picks, the amount of cap space, the players that are under contract, and right now it's 2, but it could be 1 if they decide to void Paul Reed's contract. And this is what I want to say real quick. You better freaking do it. I can't watch that man go out there and not know how to play basketball ever again.
That project, I believe that project's over. I believe it's over.
And look, I don't think the Sixers necessarily wanted to bring him back. I think there was a lot of pressure from a lot of fans because they love the B-ball Paul, out the mud, all this kind of stuff. You saw that once again, when it came time to actually play basketball, it's one thing during the regular season when he shot out of a cannon and has more energy than the opposing backup big, that he could score a couple baskets here and there. He can dribble through the legs. When it comes down to playoff basketball, where you need to actually be a talented basketball player, I said to John before the show, he's Vince Velasquez.
You did, and I thought that was a spectacular analogy.
Vince Velasquez is a thrower, not a pitcher. B-ball Paul, I don't know what that comparison is. He's a guy that can go out there and be high energy and do all these things. He's not a basketball player. There are things that he cannot do. His head is not in the game at times. Every time he touches the ball, he's frantic. Yes, he might block a shot here and there, but when it comes to playing basketball, he is a horrible basketball player. He does not have the smarts. He does not have the wherewithal of what's going on around him. I remember seeing James Harden getting frustrated with him, not getting to the correct spot. I saw last night an inbound pass go his way where he Todd Pinkston alligator armed it. Is he the reason why they lost?
No.
Absolutely not. But it's another thing as to why they could have lost yesterday.
And in the series, what if you could have counted on Paul Reed to give Embiid 8 minutes a night or 7 minutes a night of rest?
Would have been nice.
Where they didn't give up the lead every single freaking game when Embiid went out. You have every right to have frustration there. That, like with Paul Reed, I expected more this year, and I'm disappointed with what they got.
Well, I didn't expect much at all.
Yeah, see?
As you know.
There it is.
All right, Connor. Good morning.
Morning, Connor.
I want you to. I know normally it's John and I in the first segment. I want you to let it out as well because this is a day where everybody has the opportunity to let it freaking out today.
Well, a team has two stars, and sometimes a third player needs to step up in big moments, so I guess that's the role I'll play today. Here's the thing.
But you know what?
Don't give us 0 points.
No,
you're
but
in real trouble.
I always can depend on Connor to step up.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, sir.
You might not make $180 million, but
Third man of the year, create the trophy. There are times when you want to build a narrative that the way you view things can skew it. And I think the way that people feel about Tobias Harris has a lot of people pointing everything in his direction.
it's not all his fault last night.
But, and you're right, it's not all his fault. I think the baseline issue with this team for a while now has been Tobias Harris. You guys brought up why is Buddy Hield not playing in the third quarter. And you know what I thought of? I thought of something that Bob Cooney, who you can hear on Middays coming up, said about Tobias Harris being potentially moved out of the starting lineup. The unwritten rules of having to start a max player, a veteran guy like that.
That's horrible.
I
hate unwritten rules.
I know, but I think Nick Nurse looks at it and says, man, I got to keep going back to Tobias Harris just to hope that there's something in there because we know the talent exists.
No, you're right.
I think Daryl Morey in building this team goes, I'd love to do more, but Tobias Harris is taking up so much cap space. He's making the same amount of money as DiVincenzo, Anunoby, Josh Hart combined. Like, baseline, the Sixers are walking around like an inmate in one of those old cartoons with the big ball and chain tied to the back of the leg, and written on that ball and chain is Tobias Harris. When you get nothing from a value spot and a guy that you have to play because of the perception and what you've invested, it kills the ceiling of a team. I'm wearing a Sixers sweatshirt today, even though they lost.
I appreciate that, by the way.
This is the first playoff loss in a long time I can remember where I am proud of the effort that the large majority of this team turned in. They didn't get the job done, and there's a lot of stuff
that's why
that
John's
change.
conflicted today.
That's why I'm conflicted.
Like, today's not a day where I can go scorched earth on the organization or all these. Like, I can't do that. I can point out players.
Right.
Tobias Harris' stat line of 29 minutes, 0 of 2 from the field, 2 whole field goal attempts, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists.
There's nothing, though, on a day like today, and Connor, to get to your – like, there's nothing I want to do more than to go scorched earth. There's nothing that my instinct is to just say, be pissed. But I saw so many things that I liked. I hate that because I think it's a loser's mentality.
They don't deserve.
I feel that way.
They don't deserve fully pissed today. They fought, and you brought that up.
They did fight.
Right, like I saw, like, you know, again, John, you always try to tell me not to overreact to certain people on social media. Like, I saw people, and I didn't even take the bait. ripping Embiid for fouling out.
That's stupid.
And it's like, are you dumb?
You know what?
Or did you not watch? You're like, I'm trying to figure out why.
His energy last night, Joel Embiid's energy, was exactly what I asked for.
39 points, 13 rebounds.
But his tenaciousness last night was exactly what I begged for, what I asked for.
All right. Well,
I don't know.
The phone lines and text lines are open all day for you. 610-632-0975. Again, a very bare show sheet. More than Tobias Harris still, though. I just didn't run around for 29 minutes. Also, I do have some questions for Nick Nurse. We're going to play some clips from Nick Nurse today, but there are some things that I don't think he was asked about that I just need to talk about because there were, and we kind of mentioned one early on, what Nick Nurse did at moments last night really freaking confused me. And he's a great coach, and I'm excited that he's here. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't question him just because we think highly of him. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
into last night's season finale for the Sixers as they were eliminated in the playoffs last night, losing to the New York Knicks in what was a great game, in what was a great series. You can be angry about certain players. You can be angry about certain moments. I will not forgive them for the lack of effort in games 1 and 4. That's part of the reason why they lost this series. If they just showed more effort, they probably won this series already before last night. Like, it may not have even had to have to go 6 games. But last night in general was a great basketball game, which is why John feels conflicted this morning.
Extremely conflicted.
I'm trying to contain myself because I could yell and scream about Tobias Harris for 4 hours, but I also want other people to have the opportunity to do it today. We are going to open the phone lines and the text line all show today. Connor told me the text line is buzzing.
Good.
So you can text in or call in at 610-632-0975.
I'm going to make a prediction that we will have we're going to have like 25 new texters today.
25.
So if you've never
I'm taking the over.
If you've never you think so, eh?
Yeah.
If you've never texted before, it's our same call-in number. I think a lot of people today may not want to talk and may want to just
John,
vent. You know what I mean?
I don't want to talk. If I'm being honest with you,
Yeah, well, guess what?
I don't want to talk.
Guess
I got
what?
3.5 hours left of it.
Dude, we got till 10.
All right,
let's vent. Let's help each other.
Before we start reacting with you, because I promise I want to get a lot of your reaction, I need to ask a few Nick Nurse questions.
Please do.
So we kind of touched on it in the first segment. The decision to not play Buddy Hield for a second in the third quarter. Why? Buddy
I have no idea.
Like basketball, I understand there's a lot more to the sport of basketball than what we may know. I'm not coaching a basketball team right now. Cooper's only 2, so I'm not coaching his CYO league just yet.
Not
We'll
yet.
get there. We're playing with the Little Tykes basketball net in the backyard.
Okay.
I feel like it's always been, if you have a hot hand, you keep riding that hot hand. And I know Buddy Hield played every second of the second quarter, but there's a thing called halftime, which gives you like 15 to 20 minutes to get a breather.
And get also a feel for what went right, what went wrong.
So going into the third quarter, it's not like Buddy Hield had 2 minutes to try to stay on the floor. No, he had a thing called halftime. And then in the third quarter, after going 5 of 7 from 3 and scoring 17 points in the second quarter, he played 0, not minutes, seconds. He did not get on the floor in the third quarter. And I have to question Nick Nurse, who we are all excited for being here, right? I don't think anybody thinks that Nick Nurse is a bad head coach. I have to question that decision to not play your hot hand when, from the beginning of sports, if you have a hot hand, you could have a 25th guy on your baseball roster. If he goes 4 for 4 in a game, maybe give him a chance to start the next game. It's sports. If a guy's seeing a pitch well, or if a guy's seeing his shot go in, or if a running back is catching fire, you keep giving him the freaking football. It's sports.
And how did you not play him in 2 games of the series?
Well, no, I don't blame him for not playing him in 2 games.
You really don't?
He was horrible in games 1 and 2.
He was.
He was horrible.
So what's the difference in game 6 and game 4 and 5?
Well, no, I think Nick Nurse gave him an opportunity last night, and he cashed in.
I would have given him. It is not as if Nick Nurse's bench was that dominant. I would have given him. I would not have said you get no opportunity in a couple games.
Well, I thought he was unplayable.
No opportunity,
But John, I'll be completely honest with you. When he checked in, this is a show of honesty. When he checked in last night, I said, "What the hell are you doing?" I questioned Nick Nurse for allowing him to play last night.
I questioned how bad he had played earlier in the series, but I also did question on the show that is not even a chance. Not even an opportunity.
Here's what I think it was, because about 10 minutes into that game, I realized that they were defending Tyrese Maxey exactly the way that the Miami Heat did in the play-in game.
Yep.
They were going high double and forcing the ball out of his hands, and they were doubling Embiid on the passes when he got it at the nail. And what happened in that Miami series, you had to find a shooter, and you were getting looks. So that's what I think it was. That was the first game where they, because of after Maxey's Game 5 performance, they said, we're going to make sure he doesn't beat us. And I think that was the first opportunity that a wing shooter really had to have one of those like flamethrower games.
That's good. It's good reasoning. Last night there was zero explanation for the third quarter.
No,
and it was questioned by numerous.
Doesn't explain the third quarter.
No,
You're right.
not at all. And then two more things, and it's comes from a similar time. And look, there's a million things that you could question from Nick Nurse, but the lack of a foul early on to extend the game. It's the same thing that we saw in game 1 against the New York Knicks, where you just let clock bleed. I understand that before they cross half court, you're trying to get them to get the 8 seconds, or you're trying to force a turnover. I understand that, but then to see them dribble, and then here's the other thing, and this might be more of a feel thing, and I'm not going to question Nick Nurse's feel for the game of basketball. Right. Nick Nurse should have made it abundantly clear that Joel Embiid cannot be the guy to foul whoever the player is.
That should have been absolutely clear. That's why I don't agree with the don't foul before half court. I understand.
Right.
I understand why you do that, or why you think that, and I'm sure Nick Nurse has forgotten more about basketball than I'll ever know, so whatever the theory is. But to me, it allowed you to put Joel Embiid in hazard.
Well,
and they did it.
That play was a side out. They had advanced the ball with the timeout, so you had to foul him in the front court. It just happened to be
right. But it should have been abundantly clear.
Yes.
Hey, Joe's got 5.
He can't be the guy.
Like I would make him a dummy. I'd just stand under the basket, just stay away. That's where he made the foul. But it shouldn't even gotten to that point. And then one other thing, you're supposed to try to get a certain player on the line. You had the opportunity to foul Josh Hart.
You did.
And they didn't. And then it goes to DiVincenzo.
Another thing that's going to haunt me about this series for eternity, the winning shot, again, was just freaking wide open.
Wide open, yeah.
That's going to haunt me.
All right.
You get to sit, you get to get the ball, receive it, set, no interference, take off the shot.
Unbelievable. All right, let's go to the phones and the texts. Your day to react. I might just throw the show sheet out, and whatever work I did put together, just go in the trash. Basically like Tobias Harris's career in Philadelphia.
There we go.
Let's go to Whitney in Philly. What's up, Whitney?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
How are you?
Hi, Whit.
I couldn't sleep last night. It took me about 3 hours after the game to actually calm down and go to sleep because of Tobias Harris and the level of resentment that I have for him.
Yeah.
You guys said that it wasn't all his fault, and I wholeheartedly disagree. And I disagree that the Knicks were the better team. Did they play better together, in my opinion, when they needed to? Yes. But that team had to play 100% every single game, every single night. They had to get 2, 3, 4 rebounds on a lot of.
Well, that's why we say so. Whitney, we've said this a million times. The Sixers are the more talented team, but the Knicks look to be the more cohesive group. The more they were the ones that were doing that. The Sixers weren't.
But that's why I feel like in this series, I'm putting Tobias Harris at the top of the list of whose fault it is. Like, if somebody asks the Sixers fan base, who are you going to point the finger at the most when it comes down to how this season ended? And I'm choosing Tobias Harris.
I got you.
And he got paid $180 million.
Absolutely.
And he has one good leg and one good eye, and he's still outplaying you every single night. And Josh Hart on the Knicks, he could go for a 0-point night, but he's still making a difference.
17 rebounds. 17 rebounds in Game 4.
Tobias Harris is just, skipping up and down the court like, oh, it's time for us to do something. Okay, well,
you're not wrong.
Let her cook. Let her cook, John.
Does anything, and for us, I feel completely bamboozled, and I feel like an idiot to think that Tobias Harris was going to give us a good performance 2 nights in a row, regardless of a $180 million salary, and it's just disgusting. And I know that Nick Nurse, I was afraid at halftime. I said to myself, because I knew Buddy Hield was going to play. I said, they're going to double Maxey or they're going to make it miserable for him, knowing that he doesn't get the whistle. So I knew it was somebody's turn, and I was like, whose turn is it? And I was like, he's going to put Buddy Hield in the first half. And that kid came out and made a difference. And I said to myself at halftime, it's going to come down to politics. It's going to come down to the fact that Tobias Harris makes that money, and they want him to play, knowing that he's not going to give us anything. And that's exactly how it played out. And we lose by 3 points, which means if Tobias Harris just made one bucket, it changes the outcome of our season.
Does that make you feel better?
Tobias Harris on our team is that if he just did one thing, and that's what's crushing. It's not 15 things. It's not 25 things. If he had just did one thing.
Yep. Whitney, great freaking call.
Great
call.
energy.
That is exactly how every Sixers fan feels. Like, look, again, I'm not going to say it's 100% Tobias Harris'
No.
blame.
You can't. That would be dumb.
But you can't ignore the fact.
No.
And this is what I've said to you multiple times. Sometimes you need to rely on a third person. Now, they did get something out of a third person. Kelly Oubre scored 17 points last night. He had a nice night last night. But when it comes to your stars, and I know Tobias Harris should not be considered a star, but he is paid to be one. And he goes goose egg last night. Goose egg.
No, I can't believe it.
And oh, by the way, it's not like he went 0 of 10. He was 0 of 2. He once again, for the 6th straight playoff run, disappeared in the biggest moments. I can't believe it. Well, I can believe it because I've been seeing it for 6 years now.
But there were other guys who disappeared for long stretches of games in this series that also have to be mentioned.
I could make the case that he was the greatest disappearing act throughout the entire
there's no
series,
question.
except for Game 5.
There's no question.
And it's sad that we give flowers to Tobias Harris for playing one good game. Like, you know what? Now that I think about it, I take back everything I said after Game 5. When I said, hey, without Tobias Harris, you lose this game.
Why?
Even though all that is true, it's sad that I have to point out that Tobias Harris finally did something. And I take back everything I said. I'm so freaking glad your time here is done. Connor, what do we have on the text line?
We got a lot of stuff on the text line. A lot of people checking in. John's right, a lot of first-time texters. Jared from the Lehigh Valley checks in. Sixers bench outscores the Knicks by 36-0 at one point.
Yeah.
With that being said, why is Tobias deserving of these minutes? Horrible.
He's not wrong.
And I wonder if it is politics to what Whitney said, to what you said earlier, Connor. Bob brought up the unwritten rules, like, oh, you have to let this guy play. Look, and I can't even say, well, he was a defensive beast last night because he wasn't. You saw him on Brunson at times. Brunson scored 41 last night. You saw him on DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo had his best game of the series with 23. OG had 19. Like, I can't even say at least he played good defense because he didn't.
You can't. I mean, it was. God, it's so annoying.
All right, so more of your reaction. I have a clip from Joel Embiid that I want to play. We'll see if we even get to it. It's about him playing through injuries again for another year, what he learned from it. We might play, we might not. I want to give you the opportunity to vent. That was a
this is what the empty show sheet does.
That was a beautiful call by Whitney. I love you, Whitney. I don't even know who you are, but I love you. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We continue to react to last night's loss, the end of a season for the Philadelphia 76ers, and another year of what-ifs, and another year of what it could have been, and another year of what's next. We're not doing that show just yet, but we will because we have to. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Sixers put up a good fight.
Salciunas. A very, very disappointing day. Tough day to get through. Thank God it's Friday. A payday Friday, a Fanatic Friday, which, of course, is brought to us by our friends at Pumpman Philly for 24/7 emergency repair or pump replacement. Count on Pumpman Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow. Reacting to last night's loss to the New York Knicks, which ended the season for the Sixers, a game in which you got what you wanted out of Joel Embiid. In a big moment, he balls out. Tyrese Maxey, look, I understand that Tyrese Maxey did not play well in the first 3 quarters of that game, but he stepped up late, scores 12 points in the fourth quarter, got them back into the ballgame. Because last night was kind of like Game 5, where there were moments where I said, nope, game over, and then they kept fighting back. That's the hardest thing to react to, the fact that they did keep fighting and the fact that they did get it back to another tie game after I thought game over, I might as well turn this off even though I'm not going to do that. And then it's just unfortunate. They end up losing because of an open shot by Josh Hart that he hits.
Why do
I know.
It sums up the series. It sums up the loss. How about this? It sums up the losses of the series. How wide open the final shot was that beat you. They have a really good team. Good team. They're not a great team, but boy, do they play well.
Yeah.
They play.
It probably helps that 3 of them know how to play with one another because they played together in college,
That's
right?
great roster construction then. They play the way a Philly fan would love to root for
They
them.
played Knicks basketball.
I'd love to root for that team.
Yes.
I
But
don't.
They played
and I will
Knicks
not
basketball.
root for their destruction.
Like, if you say Knicks basketball or Tom Thibodeau roster, that's it. To a T. Honestly, I was listening to the overnight, and I got to rip the overnight guy at some point today. But I'm listening to the overnight coming in, and they were asking, Kenny the Jet asked Jalen Brunson, how's it been for you since losing Julius Randle? That might have been the best thing for the Knicks. Julius Randle, because
that they learned to play without him.
They learned how to play without him, and they weren't hampered by it, and they were able to do more of what probably Tom Thibodeau wants them to do. I know that he's a beast, Julius Randle, but this was more of a Knicks style and a Tom Thibodeau style of a roster.
Julius Randle, though, plays in that series. It might have been a sweep.
I don't know.
Yeah, Sixers in 4.
Yeah.
You're thinking they could have been playing worse?
I don't know. I do think that this is more of a Tom Thibodeau team without Julius Randle.
Well, Julius Randle is on their team.
Yes.
Top 2 player?
Yes. Yeah,
okay. So if we were missing Tyrese Maxey,
look,
we lose. We lose in 4.
Yeah.
We lose that series in 4. What the Knicks did can't be overlooked. It
was impressive. All right, let's go back to the phones. We'll also get some texts.
Sure.
Let's go to Jeff in Havertown. Jeff, you're on the Fanatic.
Morning, guys.
What's
Good,
up, Jeff?
I kind of feel weird about how I feel this morning. Whitney's call was amazing. I don't know how I'm going to follow that. But it's 2 things can be true. Like, they lost again in disappointing fashion. Embiid was hurt. The role players didn't show up. Tobias Harris had the biggest – I think he now takes the crown from Ben Simmons for biggest disappearing act because at least Simmons had points and made shots in his final game. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they fought, they battled, they did not fold in a single game. Embiid, even though he was so banged up, I think this was his best playoff series probably ever.
I would agree. I'd agree with you. There was only one game where I take heavy critique.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think what I feel weird about is that this is the type of series that, the young, plucky, Oklahoma City Thunder team battles against a better team and takes 2 games, almost wins the series, and then you're kind of like, all right, I see some, some silver linings. I see where the pieces are falling together. And if this had happened 5 years ago, I'd be like, okay, cool. But the fact that it's happening when Embiid's
I am so freaking with you. It's something that I wasn't really going to get into today. But John was reading some text messages from a Hall of Fame basketball player that was saying that this was a great series. This is something that you should be confident about moving forward. And my first
pieces
of it. But my first thought, Jeff, and hand to God, I said it out loud. John and Connor can back me up. And I love Joel Embiid. I said, yeah, it's great and all, but Joe's 30.
Yeah.
It's not like he did that. To your point, if this was 5 years ago, we did celebrate when they lost to the Celtics. We were proud of them for fighting in games, right?
Yep.
this is
and the Raptors.
This is year 10.
I didn't feel bad at all when they lost
for
the
the call,
series to
Jeff.
when they lost that series to the Raptors. Great one, Jeff. That when they lost the series to the Raptors, I felt horrible about how it ended. That's all I felt horrible about.
Right.
Like I just felt horrible about the ending. I said that was a freaking. There's nothing to It just a quadruple doink beat
Right.
you in, and that's what it was. And I felt great
But
about it.
but the context is different now.
It is.
And
It
you
is.
guys, I said it out loud. You guys, as my witness, when your buddy, Mr. HOF
Yes.
basketball player, is pointing about the positives, I said, yeah, it's great, but Embiid's 30. Half the players, more than half the players, are not under contract. Like, I don't know if I can say. I can't go moral victory.
No,
from last night.
I hate moral victories. And I hate it when anyone tries to spin any kind of moral victory. It's hard with this group. And yes,
the only moral victory is, all right, now you know that Embiid can do it in a closeout. That's it.
right.
But I always kind of expect him to. We just hadn't seen it.
Well, there's more than that. Like, this is the first time. There are a bunch of things that are different this time. This is the first time where the major problem in this series was not one of your top two players who's still under contract after the year.
Okay.
Every other time, it's been a guy you've had to trade or
Yeah.
something that's one of your top two guys. You know your top two guys are good enough. Like, that's a big difference.
It is, and it's a great point.
That
All
is it.
Do we have a text coming in, Connor?
We have a billion.
We'll be hot and heavy
Good.
on both. I'm gonna
So
walk the line.
a lot of new texters too. People.
Yes, this is
Yeah,
a new
good.
one right here. Mike from Media checks in, says Tobias didn't have any points, but he also didn't want to be there. You could tell because he didn't have one personal foul in
That's-
almost
Yeah.
30 minutes.
That's huge.
That literally tells you did nothing. He did nothing.
Because if you are D'ing up and you are giving maximum effort on defense, you're going to get fouls. You're going to get fouls.
Just an unbelievable.
You're going to walk into some
An
fouls.
unbelievable disappearing act. And as I tweeted out last night, it's the chef's kiss of his career in Philadelphia to walk away in a game where he scored 0 points as his final game. And I know he says that he didn't think about last night potentially being his last game in Philadelphia.
Yes, he did.
He may not have, but I
Right.
can tell you that all Philadelphia did. All right, we start the 7 o'clock hour with more of your reaction, but also something Nick Nurse said last night that makes me feel like I'm living in a simulation because I hear the same thing every single year, and I don't want to hear it again next season. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Presented by Pumpman Philly for 24/7 emergency repair, pump replacement. Count on Pumpman Philly, the guys that know to fix your flow. Normally, I would rip something when it comes to this. I have a group chat with my buddies. You know, we're texting about the game, and one of our friends was non-responsive last night, and he just texted us back saying, "Sorry, I fell asleep at halftime. It was just he had a long day at work." And normally I would rip him.
Wait a minute. How big a Sixers fan is he?
He's a Sixers fan, trust me.
No, how big?
He's a big Sixers fan, trust me.
He fell asleep on Game 6?
And you know what, dude? Normally I would rip it. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him. If I'm being honest with you, I'm happy for him that he didn't have to live through the torture that I went through.
See, I think it's a major violation.
But him falling asleep was just like Tobias Harris did last night. What's up, Connor?
The 2019 Raptors series. I slept through the entirety of Game 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
How'd you sleep through a Game 1?
I went to go take a nap. I forgot to set an alarm.
Game 1 was a night game, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I went to get an hour nap in. I woke up with a minute and a half left in the fourth quarter.
Oh my
Saw
God.
him lose,
Oh
and then
my
just went right
gosh.
back to sleep.
Unbelievable.
It happens to the best of
Now,
us.
the quadruple doink game, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know why this was on my mind last night. I took a pregame walk through the neighborhood and went and did the trails and just to try to burn off energy and everything, then get a shower and just try to keep myself wide awake. The quadruple doink game, was that a Sunday night?
Yeah, it was, because it was right before the Game of Thrones finale. and I went and I missed the first part of that because I sat on the street in the rain outside of my house, literally on the street, not on the stoop, on the street for 30 minutes after that shot.
Because it was a Sunday night because I went for a walk. I went for a walk back 750 miles south, and I had to go for a walk and just...
Can't see you crying when you're sitting in the rain, John.
That's a good point, Connor.
We weren't having rain in
What's crazy is last night, not even as painful as those games, man.
That is. No.
There was a tweet that was going around from a Knicks fan. I don't know if you saw this, Connor. You're a little bit more active online than me and John.
I am online.
But there was a Knicks fan that put out a tweet last night that was or 2 days ago. If the Knicks were to beat the Sixers in Philly, that would put it would be a real dark time in Philadelphia.
What?
And the amount of responses of, buddy, this doesn't even reach the top 5. The Sixers losing last night is not even in the top 5 in the last 5 years.
Look, we lost the last year Diamondbacks series.
All right.
Much more painful.
Diamondbacks
losing,
being up 10 at halftime to freaking Super
losing
Bowl.
the Super Bowl. I mean, seriously.
Buddy, we just got out of Nam and we're watching fireworks.
Now, you know
It's
what,
not even close.
But you know why that guy says that? Because that's the first time he's seen the Knicks get out of the first round in consecutive years, in 25 years, a quarter of a century. So his thinking is, this is monumental.
Right.
It's not.
And it wasn't really monumental for us. It was just another day in Philadelphia
another kick
sports.
in the nuts. Yes.
All right, coming up at 7:30. So Connor comes in during the break, and he lets us know that we have a lot of texts coming in. You can text the show at 610-632-0975, and we're still taking calls. All right, I know it's an old school thing to do. We're still taking calls, and we'll get to the phones in a second as well. But Connor told us that we have a lot of, let's just say it, mean texts about Tobias Harris. So coming up at 7:30, we'll do the mean Tobias Harris text segment.
And I hope people understand the spirit in which it's offered. These are the ticket-buying public, the fans of the team, and everything like that, wanting to have their voice heard, and we're going to let their voice be heard.
Yeah, and I hope certain people hear these voices and don't bring him back. Please.
No, he's not coming back.
Please.
He is not coming back.
All right, so real quick, before we get back to the phone lines and the text line, 610-632-0975, I want to play this clip from Nick Nurse, and it made me feel like I'm in a simulation. The only difference is the head coach and who's saying it. It's something that I can't hear next year. Now, I understand circumstances are always different. They're always different every single year. But this is what Nick Nurse, one of the things that he got into yesterday during his post-game press conference about once again having to kind of learn on the fly with this team.
Well, I mean, again, I think that's what I'm saying. I think that, again, I thought we started making some strides. Listen, there was time when we had a whole bunch of guys out. All everybody kept talking about was Joel was out, but we had a whole fleet of guys out. And the challenge was, can we get them to a compete level, right? Can we get out there and compete? We had to raise up our level of just competing. So I thought we did a really good job of that. The staff, we just kept teaching and coaching and filming and all that stuff, just trying to push them to get better and play harder and all that stuff. Thought we did a good job of that. But no, know. That's like I'm saying. I just don't feel like nearly as enough of just special situations, end of game stuff, ATO stuff. Just probably not as sharp as I would have liked to have had it. I think they did really good. Right? I think even a lot of these games we ended up executing a lot. I got a lot of good shots and a lot of good buckets late in the game and stuff. So they were doing a lot of that off the board, and they did a good job.
All right, let me make this clear. I'm not ripping Nick Nurse. I'm not ripping Brett Brown. Not ripping Doc Rivers. I'm just saying as for my mental stability, I can't hear another year of, well, we had to learn on the fly. We didn't really have enough time together.
No.
And look, circumstances are always different. Joel Embiid's been hurt. Ben Simmons was hurt. James Harden banged up. Tyrese Maxey. To Daryl Morey's, to Nick Nurse's point, when Embiid was out, you also missed a lot of time with Tyrese Maxey. I just can't, I want a roster built next season where it's the roster from game 1 to game 82. Obviously, you're going to make a trade and acquire,
you might make a trade for a
player
piece.
here and there, right?
Tweak.
But I'm saying game 1 to game 82, I want it to be basically the damn near exact same roster because I can't go through another year of, well, they weren't really comfortable playing with one another again. I
hate the excuse. I hate hearing it over and over again.
And I'm not ripping Nick Nurse. But it's just something that we as Sixers fans have been dealing with for a decade now, where every single year, and Joel Embiid talked about it, Tyrese Maxey's the first star that people actually want to be around, right? Like, you had to deal with, does Ben Simmons want to play basketball? Who is James Harden? Is James Harden going to be the facilitator, or is James Harden going to be the scorer, right? Every single year we have dealt with new rosters, rolling the ball out there and seeing if they can figure out how to play with one another. This guy's hurt, so how can they play without him? It's every freaking year.
I'm tired of that. I do not want to hear anyone offer that crap up to me.
And this
they're trying to get to know each other. They didn't have enough time. Enough of that stuff.
Well, maybe next year will be the first year because it's going to be Embiid and Maxey and then whoever they acquire during this offseason. Daryl Morey has a very busy offseason ahead of him. It's time to get to work. All right, let's go to Kevin in Philly. Kevin, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, guy.
What's up,
Hi, Kev?
Man, tough loss last night.
Absolutely, man.
Here's my thoughts on this, right? I think Embiid gets hurt every year. The Knicks had 2 7-footers out there. Not great 7-footers, but solid enough, you know. I think Zach Edey is going to fall and kind of just be on the lap for the Sixers to take. And I think him backing up Embiid makes sense in terms of you get a solid offensive player out there, and it also will take some wear and tear off Embiid. What do you think?
Here's my only problem, and I love where your head's at, Kevin, because they desperately do need a backup center, and I can't believe that we're, again, having this conversation. Think about the backup centers over the years, and thanks for the call. Amir Johnson, Rashawn Holmes, Greg Monroe, Andre Drummond, really the only good backup center, Paul Reed, Mo Bamba, what was supposed to be Al Horford whenever Joel Embiid got hurt. Think about all the backup centers that we have talked about, and every single year it's a constant. They have not been able to play remotely good enough because you've seen the plus-minus numbers, right? When Joel Embiid is off the court, look at the minus. When Joel Embiid is on the court, look at the plus. My only problem with his thought of Zach Edey is I don't know if he's an NBA player. I would rather go after a legitimate backup center who could probably start on multiple teams, which is why I'm so angry with the freaking Chicago Bulls for deciding to not trade Andre Drummond because they thought their trash-ass team was going to do something. Wow, you won a play-in game. Congratulations. Your team sucks, and you wasted look, it's not like they had to do the Sixers any favors, but they could have acquired second-round picks. We could have gotten them something down the road. No, they thought that their trash-ass team was going to do something, and it didn't, clearly. The Sixers need a legitimate backup option. It's not Paul Reed, in my opinion. I've never thought it was Paul Reed.
They're going to get out of that contract one way or another. They're going to void Paul Reed's contract one way or another.
Yeah,
and then they could bring him back.
They could bring him back for much less money.
Right.
Look, I've never hid my opinion on Paul Reed. I've always been real with you guys. I know people love the sweatshirts, the out the mud, the personality. How do you feel now that he said the Knicks were the easier team because he had opened his mouth before the series started? I'm not a fan of Paul Reed. And I think a lot of people finally realized last night that he's not a great basketball player. High energy guy, all that stuff's important. I don't think he's a great basketball player.
I want him and Garrett Stubbs to join Arcia out there in the pool in Arizona.
He's tall Mike Scott. We've been through this.
I know.
He's another one. Another, like, people, Mike Scott.
The Hive, man. The Hive. I need a legitimate backup center. I don't think Zach Edey is the answer, but it's also not Paul Reed. It's not Mo Bamba.
No, it's not.
Right? It's not Boban Marjanovic. Right? Like, we've gone through so many freaking
How many more
backup
names are you
centers.
going to throw at me just to annoy me?
I can give you a million.
Yeah, but you're annoying me
because
with the names.
they've tried so many. But my biggest problem with Daryl Morey, my problem with Brian Colangelo, my problem with all these executives, all these GMs, I told you. Like, I on the radio said that guy's not good enough, and I'm not. I'm just a loser. Like,
You are, and you don't sell yourself short.
I'm not a high-priced GM. Like, I've talked about needing backup point guards. I've talked about needing legitimate backup bigs. And they go out there and get guys that aren't good enough. And there's a million people on the streets that could probably be better.
It's terrible.
What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975.
Yeah, I got to sift through the Tobias tweets or texts because we're saving them.
Coming up at
saving them,
up at
yes.
7:30, the mean Tobias Harris text segment.
So this is interesting here. I want to get your guys' take on this because we have a lot of texts about the officiating.
Jeez.
No, I don't think it's an OGs because no one's saying it's the reason. Like, we're
they
not
are.
saying that's the reason the
No,
Sixers
nobody's
lost.
saying it's the reason why they lost. But the
Nobody's saying
Tyrese
that,
Maxey
but-
not getting a call is ridiculous.
Well, what are they saying then?
Well, we got to check in here from John M. in Bridgeport, West Virginia, saying,
John?
fellas, great show. Appreciate that,
Thank
John.
you, John.
What the NBA officials did this whole series was, in a word, a travesty, allowing Brunson to illegally get his opponent on his hip and then stopping and whipping his head back, literally headbutting his defender time after time. I thought they got rid of that.
They were supposed to get rid of that in the letter of the
is
law.
so spot on by John. I saw a lot of people tweeting out the example video that the NBA account, the official NBA Twitter account, and the official NBA officiating Twitter accounts posted. This is what we are getting rid of. This is something that we'll be focusing on, and we will call fouls on it. Jalen Brunson did it all series.
He did.
All series, and he did it again yesterday multiple times where he headbutted two Sixers defenders. It's what Trae Young was doing for the Hawks.
I got you. It just is. I don't believe the Sixers lost that series because of officiating. The thing is, then why?
I think you have every right to complain about it.
You have every right to complain about it, but I don't believe that's why people are complaining.
But it's also a tragedy that Tyrese Maxey gets to the free throw line twice.
Part of that, yeah. I mean, part of and Nick Nurse talks about it post-game, and I saw the post-game. Maxey's got to keep his head. When things aren't going your way with officiating, you can't let it take you out of the game. And last night, it took him mentally out of the game.
Play that clip because it
took him out of the game.
I will give you your credit because you texted this to us before the game is even over. Here is Nick Nurse talking about Tyrese Maxey and how he needs to, keep his head in the game when he's not getting the foul calls.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little disappointed that he didn't get in there a little bit. I don't understand why every time he goes in there that they just never. It's kind of been that way, right? He goes in there and gets sent to the floor time and time and time again. And I mean, he shot 4 free throws, one and one they fouled him in the backcourt. I mean, I don't understand it. Right, so again, it's tough for him to go in there. Like we've talked about that before, when he gets in those situations that he's got to go to something else. Right, you just can't keep going in there, get knocked down, and just realize they're never going to call it. I got to adjust the game a little bit and go to the slam on the brakes, the baseline fall away, the whatever it is that we need to improve on for next season.
It was poorly officiated.
It was poorly officiated. No one's arguing.
But to your point, you texted us yesterday. He's always looking for the call. And look, I know we love Tyrese Maxey. We complained about James Harden doing it.
Yeah.
Right? We complained at nauseum. James Harden last year constantly complaining about lack of calls.
All the time.
Tyrese Maxey complaining about a lot of. And look, again, horribly officiated.
Horribly officiated, but the thing is you've got to have a change up to that. Is that, and again, I love, texting in a game with Shaquille O'Neal and hearing his analysis as it goes along. Because at some point you have to realize that you're not getting calls, change up your game.
Right.
Change up the approach, change what you're doing.
Whether that's right or wrong.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to be.
It shouldn't be, right.
But
when Brunson is literally making illegal moves and getting the calls for it.
You have to stop with the hands in the air. What's going on? He was using TV timeouts where they were showing Tyrese Maxey
Going up to the
until
officials.
they inbound the ball. Here's Tyrese arguing his case. His head got taken out of that game last night.
Yeah,
Period.
you're absolutely right. And it's not the reason they lost the series. Here's my issue. Like, how can you, as an official of a professional sport, decide this guy gets this call and this guy doesn't?
It's terrible. No, it was terrible.
Like, the superstar calls that Brunson, he gets one of the best whistles in the NBA. And what's on his resume that isn't on Tyrese Maxey's?
Right, exactly.
No, because here's the way I look at it is, I could say to you that Brunson gets it because of the way that Brunson attacks the basket. But the thing is, Maxey attacks the basket.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's such a similar game that you absolutely make a
And
valid
then
point.
I can't also say, well, maybe the officials are tired of Maxey complaining. When I see every Knicks player after every freaking whistle doing the review
Right.
signal.
Josh Hart can kick rocks,
No,
dude.
I think Brunson handles the game much more coolly. Like Brunson's cool, man. He's just I got a lot of admiration watching this game.
He's a great player. He's a hell of a basketball player. Let's go to Derek in North Philly. What's up, Derek?
What's up, Cade and Tune? You listen to me, man. I told y'all yesterday about Maxey with the 44, and they giving me 17. Everybody's blaming Tobias. Really, Tobias didn't play the half of the third, and they put him back in the game with 3 minutes. Come on, man. It wasn't no Tobias. Maxey, give me 20 points. You can't give me 20, and he got 12 in the fourth quarter. We going to get this dude $280 million, $300 million. Come on.
Look, he had to do more. That was inadequate for 3 quarters.
He was also defended a lot differently last night, and that's a credit to Tom Thibodeau.
But listen, all right, but adjust your game. You go and get this money like y'all gonna talk about.
I'm not disagreeing with you. He can't finish with 5 points through 3 quarters.
Okay, exactly. So if y'all gonna keep talking to Tobias, I want to hear Maxey step his game up, dude.
He's got to be more consistent.
But Derek, I'll say this: his 5 points in the first 3 quarters was still 5 more than Tobias Harris put together in the entire game.
But all the points y'all talking about, Brunson scored on everybody on that team. That's just Tobias. Nobody can stick him.
He did,
Nobody.
and we thank Tobias's brother for calling it. Just
Thanks a lot, Derek. We appreciate the call.
I'm just mocking.
But here's the problem. So he's ripping. And look, Maxey did not play well in the first 3 quarters of that game last night.
He did not. It was inadequate.
Correct. He did not play well. But he still finished with 17 because he turned things around the fourth quarter.
He finally adjusted in the fourth.
All 5 starters on the Knicks team last night. He's talking about Brunson scored 41. Nobody could stop him. Well, DiVincenzo, 23. OG Anunoby, 19.
Oh, my
Josh
gosh.
Hart, 16.
Such balance.
Isaiah Hartenstein, 14. I saw Tobias Harris and Kyle Lowry, by the way. And I know Lowry only played 13 minutes, but part of that was because he became unplayable yesterday. 2 of your starters last night scored 0 points. Think about that for a second.
Can't do that.
All 5 Knicks starters scored in double figures. 2 of your starters finished with 0.
What'd Maxey get in game 5? 46?
Yeah.
Tobias scored 54 in the series.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
And you know what? I feel like that's a lot.
Yeah,
That's the sad thing.
How about this? It seems like he didn't.
Yeah, it seems like he didn't score 54 points.
If you had said to me, how many points did he score? If I set the over-under at 44.5, I would have said under.
But still, like a 3-year-old for a fraction of the price right now. I know he's going to get the max contract.
Well, now
He's
he's
scoring
max.
8 less points in a single game than your max player scoring in 6 games.
Tobias Harris averaged 9 points a game.
Here's
in
the
this series.
difference. Maxey now gets the max.
And he's expected to
And
do
if
that.
he doesn't, and if he goes out and puts out 3 quarters like that on a max contract, he's getting freaking crushed, and it would be deservingly so.
You're
But
absolutely
here's
right.
the thing. I believe in Tyrese Maxey
no question.
to not do that again.
Because you've seen also Tyrese literally put teams on his back.
Like I'm angry with Tobias Harris today. And again, coming up at 7:30, we're going to do the mean Tobias Harris text because the text line is open and it is buzzing specifically about Tobias Harris. I'm angry with Tobias Harris, but can I tell you guys something? I'm not the least bit shocked or the least bit surprised.
No, you're not.
Because I expected it.
You've set the bar mentally to expect it.
He set the bar.
No, but in your head, that's
Right.
where it is. And no, he keeps reinforcing what you think. So that's fine.
That's why
you've set a bar. You've set a bar in your head, and instead of changing, like Joel Embiid, I put the 11 games out there yesterday.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid changed the narrative. with a Herculean performance and a big spot.
Tobias
So we
Harris
applaud it.
confirmed the
No,
narrative.
Exactly.
He confirmed the narrative.
That's the difference.
All right, the mean Tobias Harris text coming your way next. We just got a tweet from our man Steve from Philly on Twitter. How can anyone defend Tobias Harris today? I don't know, but we did have one caller. Congratulations, Derek. You win. It's Kincade and Salciunas. More reaction to this Sixers season coming to an end last night right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I just read a tweet that I know this is mean text Tobias Harris segment, and we'll start it off with a call because I also want callers to have an opportunity to talk about Tobias Harris. You can call in or text in at 610-632-0975. But I just got a tweet from Harold Stottle.
Okay.
He says, Morey lost us this series by trading away our toughness. We finally had a little continuity with Morris and Pat Bev.
Oh, jeez, please.
And Morey had to mess it up.
Pat Bev.
I responded to Harold Stottle by saying I can comfortably say that Pat Bev would not have made a difference in this series. The guy that you trade him away, by the way, and acquired
did make a difference.
Campaign made multiple times in this series a difference, and you traded Morris away to acquire Buddy Hield, who, by the way, is part of the reason why the game was close last night.
Seriously. Enough of this Pat Bev crap. And did you watch Pat Beverly last night? A complete ass.
Yeah.
Throwing a ball into the stands, hitting a woman in the face.
Yeah.
And then when it's thrown back to him after doing something so abhorrent like that, he goes and chucks the ball into the crowd again because he didn't mean to hit the woman. He meant to hit this guy. He's an ass.
And
after the game.
Did you see him after the game in the locker room?
Do you subscribe to my podcast? I'm not answering your questions.
Yeah,
Pat Beverly is an ass.
And he would not.
Seriously.
I can tell you, he would not have made a difference in this series.
No.
He would not have.
No.
All right.
What a jerk.
Let's start off with this call, and then we'll go to the texts. But this is the mean text Tobias Harris segment. So let's go to Josh in King of Prussia. What's up, Josh?
Fellas, good morning. As good as it can be. Two things I will say that are positive that came out of last night. Embiid answered the call. That's one thing. That's all I could have asked for.
He certainly did.
Out. And hopefully, God willing, I saw the last minutes of Tobias and his cardio running self in a Sixers uniform.
It's unbelievable.
And I'm pretty sure I could put up more than 2 shots in the NBA. They might get blocked. I might get the ball stolen from me. I don't care. Pay me $40 million. I'll run up and down Ben Franklin for days. Daryl Morey, I don't get it. I do not understand it. I'm beyond irritated about the series because, dude, I just needed something.
He inherited. Remember, Daryl inherited that contract.
Yeah,
but
it's
the
not
thing
Daryl
is,
Morey's
and it
fault.
wasn't like he could have, and nobody was taking it off his hands.
No, and I understand that. That is an Elton Brand thing, and I'm not blaming Morey for it. I'm just saying, if he wants to pay someone to run, just give me a call there.
Right. Josh, you're the man. We appreciate the call and try and enjoy your weekend. I mean, it's here's the sad thing.
Josh made me laugh.
I'm not. I have actually spoken with Tobias Harris, and I've said multiple times I think he's a good person. I don't know in depth who he is, what his heart is. He's got no heart. But last night's one of those nights where you do the whole, bro, do you have a pulse? 2 field goal attempts. That is a prime. He ran away from the moment last night. 2 field goal. Again, if he went 0 of 10, I would complain that he couldn't hit a damn shot. 2 field goal attempts.
Bro, he's a very good person. But, man, I don't want them to reanimate Gandhi and have him play small forward for this team, dude. I want someone who can score the basketball.
He's an assassin scorer. He's a freaking assassin scorer. His dad said that. Assassin scorer my ass.
Oh, boy.
2 field goal attempts. My God.
I like that.
And what's sad is, so I saw Scott Masteller, our incredible program director. I saw him during the commercial break. And how you feeling this morning? And he goes, well, they played hard last night. And they did.
We can't hear that, though, today.
It sucks, though. John, the first thing you said to me was that you felt conflicted this morning, and I think you're spot on. Joel Embiid balled out last night. You had Kelly Oubre step up. Tyrese Maxey had a bad first 3 quarters, but then stepped up in the 4th quarter. Buddy Hield was an incredible story. They did multiple things in order to come back. The Knicks were up how many points at one point?
They're 22.
22 points.
In the first quarter.
And my first thought was, here we go again. It's Game 7 Celtics. But no, they shut me up. They came back. In the 4th quarter, when they're down 6, I thought game over. They came back.
It was 27 seasons since a team was down 22 points in the first quarter and led at halftime. I don't know if you saw that number.
No, I didn't.
27 seasons. What they did was absolutely wild.
It's unbelievable. And they come back and they play the way that they do, but they lose. Oh, my God. All right, Connor, I believe we have some music for this as well that I asked for specifically.
We do.
So if anybody has any complaints, it was Andrew Salciunas' decision. Time now for some mean text for Tobias Harris.
All right, here we go. Let's start off with Eddie in Camden, who says, assassin scorer, the only thing he assassinates is his team's chances of winning.
And that's spot on. It's amazing that second quarter when the Sixers, that's the best quarter they had, right? He only played 7 minutes in it because, when he was off the floor, it got better. But whatever, go ahead.
Ann in St. Pete checks in and says, so glad I'll never have to see the assassin bystander in a Sixers uniform ever again.
Boy.
Dude, he'll never live down. He didn't say it. His dad did. He'll never live down the assassin score thing. Ever.
And it wasn't him.
It wasn't him who said it, but he'll never live that down.
That's
no,
what
he
sucks.
won't. That's not the only thing he won't live down when it comes to off-season comments. This is a first-time texter, John. I know you wanted to see some of
Yeah, I
these
like
today.
that. I love the first-timers.
4-word text. Good riddance, Chips Ahoy.
So I took so much. I was so angry when he called the casual Sixers fans that want me traded. Yo, Tobias, I think the Sixers fan base is very smart and realize that you just have not fit on any roster because you're not a catch-and-shoot three-point shooter. You're not spacing the floor out well for Joel Embiid. There's a million things that you don't do well for this roster. You and I talked about during a break. He's going to get signed by the Pistons or something. He'll probably average 20 a game.
And the numbers will look good.
Yeah, and because he can score in the NBA. But on this team, he's never fit, and that's why everybody wanted to trade your ass. But also people wanted to trade your ass because you are a disappearing act in big games every single year. So screw you and your crumble cookies. Screw you and calling Sixers fans casual because you were a casual NBA player
Now,
last
that is
night.
on him.
Yes.
That is on him. The casual stuff is on him.
He was a casual
Yes.
NBA player last night.
Oh, he was more than casual. What else you got, Connor?
All right, we got another check-in for Brian from Somerton. Says, could Tobias Harris be the first player in NBA history to go from a max contract to playing for the veteran minimum? Who the hell would sign him for anything more?
I don't think he will be.
He won't go to a veteran minimum.
No, I don't know.
He's not going to go to a veteran minimum. No, there's going to be people that look at the. Usually people don't question defensive intensity with him.
Yeah,
and he scores.
But
he scores.
Detroit will pay him.
We had a max contract player because of defensive intensity.
No, I mean I'm not defending it. That's on. You got to ask. You got to ask the previous administration about. Well, no, not the previous administration. Some of them that are still here.
Unbelievable, man. Timofey Mozgov.
Yeah.
This was a max contract at the time when he signed with the Lakers back in 2016. He didn't get a contract after. And it's not because he retired. It's because he was that bad.
That's tough.
So that might be the worst one.
All right, let's go to Becca in Brewery Town, who sends just a gif of Bye-Bye Toby from The Office.
Oh!
I mean,
I didn't know we could text in gifts. I love that.
Yeah, it's
I didn't know
text.
that.
We can
Oh,
get
that is
pictures.
very good.
How about that? We
Okay.
could be creative on the text line, too.
I'll tell people they can send me pictures. Moving
Oh,
on
boy.
here. Crumble cookie with the crumbled donut. Main reason Sixers lost is unquestionably Tobias Harris. That's
Isn't
the
it-
unnamed
Wait a minute,
texter.
Crumble doesn't make donuts, do they?
I don't know.
But isn't it so spot on that he endorses crumble cookies?
Well, he owns one.
Yeah.
Or a multiple.
Right, but isn't it amazing that because he crumbles in
Oh,
big
that's-
moments, isn't it perfect that
It certainly
he
fits.
owns crumble cookies? Like, it's perfect. It's actually incredible advertising. Because crumble cookies is getting a lot of run because he, once again, crumbled last night.
I just think they don't look like cookies. They look like gigantic things.
I don't think he looks like an NBA
No,
basketball
he doesn't.
player.
He doesn't.
It's certainly not a max one. Okay, we got another one here from Chris in Westchester. Tobias Harris should go get a show in Vegas or a carnival called Tobias the Invisible Man.
Yep. He's pretty spot on. Tobias the Friendly
Not
Ghost,
bad.
man.
And last one here. This is the only one I don't know if I agree with, at least when it comes to you two. An unnamed texter says, another first-time texter, you guys can score more than 0 points in 29 minutes.
We could, though.
Look,
No, you could go. Well, no, Andrew could hit a. Could get lucky sometime.
I
Hitting a
can
shot.
guarantee you that if I took 600 shots,
Yes.
I would probably score a bucket.
I've seen you in knockout. I think there's one guy on the show who's getting buckets
Did
in
you
an
not?
NBA game.
Yeah. If I get to the free throw line, I can make the free throw.
If you get to the free throw line, you might have a shot.
All I got to do is hit one, baby.
Can you imagine the pressure of trying to hit a free throw, though? Honestly,
I mean, I
Depends.
did
It
it
depends.
at
Is
the
it
Wells
first
Fargo
quarter?
Center
Is
multiple
it first
times.
quarter or is it
Look, if I get to take 600 shots, I'll make one. 600 shot. Look, he took 2 field goal attempts.
I can't. But here's one.
Field goal attempts.
Here
Oh
is
my
one
God.
thing, though. The other night they did set up to run plays through him, and they did not last night. It appears. I don't know that they didn't, but it appears that they did not.
In a game where they were clearly focusing on defending Tyrese Maxey. Right, say what you want about his play in the first 3 quarters. You do know it was, let's go after Tyrese Maxey because we don't want him to beat us because we don't know about Joel Embiid's health, blah, blah. You needed somebody else to step up, and Tobias Harris took 2 field goal attempts. He had open looks, and he did pass them up, by the way.
I'll be critical of Maxey getting sort of taken out of his game a little bit and everything like that. But one thing I'll never question with Tyrese Maxey is the effort.
No, of course not.
I'm not that he's there, he is bought in, and he is fighting his backside off from the beginning to the end, and so I'll always respect that with Maxey.
All right, let's go to Joe in Jersey. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Joe.
What's going on, Joe?
So I was just thinking, I think that the Tobias Harris contract is probably one of the worst contracts in Philly sports history.
Philly?
A couple that come
Philly?
to mind.
Joe, NBA. I'm not joking. It might be one of the worst contracts in NBA history.
Yeah, it really is. And, I mean, a couple that come with Philly would be, like, obviously the Wentz contract, but we were able to kind of cut our losses and get out of that one early. This one, it just seemed like it was never-ending from the start. Like, I didn't like it from the start, and
Neither did I.
5 years of hell.
And that's why, Joe, you can't compare it to the Wentz contract because nobody bitched about the Wentz contract when it was signed.
Right.
We all
people were not celebrating Tobias Harris's max contract.
Right, exactly. I remember shaking my head going, whoa.
You know what's amazing, Joe, and we appreciate the call, man. Somebody retweeted the Woj bomb when he signed his extension, and I clicked on
Did you go read the comments?
And people were like, what are they doing?
Right.
And so there's no revisionist history.
No.
A lot of people back in 2019, myself included, complained about Tobias Harris getting a freaking max contract. And, dude, 1/6 of my life. 1/6 of my life.
1/3 of your life, 1/6.
1/6 of my life included Tobias Harris in a Sixers uniform.
Uh-huh.
And I put out that tweet the other day. Somebody responded, you think that's bad? 1/5 of theirs because, he's young.
Right, exactly.
Tobias Harris, man. We went through the entire contract. How many times did you hear this is the year they might be able to get out of it? This might be the year they get out of it.
It's advantageous to trade it now.
Think about Cooper. Think of the children. He's only known Tobias Harris.
Oh, no, my poor son. All right. I will once again let you guys know this show is about you, your chance to react, vent, whatever you want to do. 610-632-0975. We continue the conversation next about the Sixers' loss yesterday to the New York Knicks. You'll hear from Joel Embiid after last night's loss because he showed up. He absolutely did. And he still took some blame for how the series played out because he's maturing before our very own eyes. Hear from the big man next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Bottalico.
the Fanatic. Reacting to last night's loss. Season coming to an end.
An end.
I don't want to always just harp on this Tobias Harris thing, but like it's hard not for me not to.
Okay.
What does he say during his exit interview, his exit press conference?
What does he say?
Because think about it.
He says
he ripped casual Sixers fans last year.
Right.
There is not. I can't. We had actually a caller, which is amazing. I can't imagine more than 3% of this city has Tobias Harris's back. Right.
I would think that's fair.
So I imagine he feels the heat and the sports hatred. Right. Not the personal hatred.
Exactly.
The sports hatred toward him. He probably knows that 100% of the city does not want him back. So what does he say? Because, again, he took shots at Sixers fans last offseason.
He did, and that was a very poor choice on his part.
When people already don't like you.
By the way, and also out of character. I think out of character. Is that because I don't think he's been that guy. But to me, I don't know. You know what he says is that something along the lines of, I tried everything, we tried everything, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? I have no faith in him on the basketball court. I have a lot of faith in him to leave this city in the right way.
I do too, but I just wonder, like, again, he took a shot at Sixers fans last year.
Which was absolutely
right.
What's such a dumb decision.
Right, and then there was the burner account before the playoffs started that may not have been him.
I don't think it was him.
It may but it could have been somebody close to him.
I've got to tell you, Connor, that was somebody in his camp. The only thing that account reacted to was something with Tobias Harris.
Yeah, but dude, I could create a John Kincade burner today, and like it wouldn't be.
I already have one.
I've got 7. I haven't just saving them. Like I don't know.
All right.
I wonder how that exit press conference ends up going. Speaking of press conferences,
will it be a press conference or will it just be up in front of his locker?
No, I think the Sixers normally do press conferences.
So they'll sit.
Yeah, Sixers normally have them sit down. All right, let's play Joel Embiid cut 1 here. Or no, I'm sorry, cut 4. My bad, Connor. Here's Joel Embiid talking about dealing with his injuries, which obviously we have seen every single year, but what he's learned from it.
Never give up. Gotta keep it going. I think I mentioned it a couple of days ago. I can't feel sorry for myself. As long as I can play and jump even a little bit and I can be on the floor, I feel like my presence is enough. Even if I can't jump and I can't move the way I want to, or if my body's not responding the way it should be. But I just love to play. I felt like, coming back this year, I could have taken more time to heal and, get back to myself. But I just felt like mentioning him, the fact that he's on the team, obviously I've known him for a long time. And, I just felt like I didn't want to give that up. I wanted to get that opportunity to, be on this stage and, be part of it. Didn't want to let him down and the whole team too. So I think that's always been my mindset. I've always played through stuff. It's never been an excuse, and we lost and it's not an excuse. So yeah, for me, for the most part, I was healthy.
It's just a shame that it is every single year, but you got to give the guy a lot of credit for last night, man.
Last night
he balled out.
Again, it's what I asked for.
Yeah.
It's what I asked to see. And he rewrote it. And I'm just happy that because as disgruntled as I've been with his big game performances, I don't know why I thought yesterday was going to be different. But I did. And he did. And he really did. So to me, that's all the respect in the world.
I wonder if part of it was he realized maybe in Game 5 that he doesn't have to do it all because he had a teammate in Tyrese Maxey that was able to pick up some of the load, right? Like, you think about it. When he was on the same team with Ben Simmons, he had to score.
He had to.
Because Ben Simmons was not going to score, right? Last year with James Harden was the facilitator, and nobody else was going to score. This series, he realized, all right, I have Tyrese Maxey that can also score. And maybe that was part of it.
Could have been. It could have been. Last night removed all doubt, though, to me, that on a big stage he wouldn't gag. He took charge. He was dominant. He was aggressive. And by the way, fouling out, if anyone's bitching about him fouling out, I put that more on Nick Nurse at the end that he fouled out.
It's one of my questions. Why was it not made apparent that Joel Embiid cannot be the guy to have the foul. Because here's the deal:
He wasn't being reckless.
No.
In his fouls either.
Can I tell you something that honestly crossed my mind?
You're paid to do that every day. So
Thank you.
Tell me something.
I know where you're going.
My first thought when he fouled out was, you got to be freaking kidding me. They're going to go to overtime and not have Joel Embiid.
See, you thought that?
That was my first thought.
I swear to you, I thought they were going to win the game, and I texted you guys. I thought Tobias Harris was going to hit a shot.
Yeah, and I
said...
That
was going to be, screw you, Salciunas. Tobias Harris hits the shot, and they were going to win the game.
And I'll read word for word what I said back to you. And crack is good for you, John. That was before the game was over. I just knew it wasn't going to happen. But yeah,
I just had a weird feeling.
When Embiid fouled out, my first thought was, oh, my God, they're going to go to overtime and not have him.
Well, the minute Embiid fouled out, they inserted Tobias into the game.
Yeah.
And I'm going, watch. Here comes Tobias to say, screw you, Tunis.
Yeah.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
You must have been last night.
I did not have a drink last night at all.
Let's go to Sheila in Overbrook. Sheila, you're on the Fanatic. How you doing, Sheila?
Hey, Tunis, listen, Sheila from Overbrook. You know, I don't know if you remember or not, I buy a lot of jerseys.
I know you
that,
do.
Right?
I know you do.
And it's one thing to be able to wear a jersey after the player is gone. I can't wear his jersey, Tunis.
No.
I'm out of over $100. To be honest with you, it still has the tags on it. I bought it a couple years ago.
Oh, my
God. Return it then.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the place I buy from, they only have a 6-month thing.
Oh,
If the player leaves the team, you got 6 months where you can send it back. And it's been a few years. But, you know, it is what it is. The other thing I wanted to say was I'm not as disappointed this season as I have been in past seasons for all of what you've said this morning. You know, just knowing that the guy came back, he played hard. And I'm looking forward, honestly, to seeing what our young guys can do. You know, Ricky Council, that group. I want to see what Nurse is going to do, who they're going to bring in. So I'm excited for next year, and I haven't been like that in a minute.
I can't believe you're there, though. That's awesome that you're there.
Well, but it's kind of what you were saying, John, that you're
torn,
conflicted.
but I'm torn.
Like if they were down 24 points and stayed down 24 points, I think we'd come in here yelling
be
and
a totally
screaming,
different-
and we talk about
Yes.
how Joel Embiid didn't come up big, and oh my God, Maxey.
No question.
But no, they fought back.
They did. I was very impressed.
Hey, can I throw one thing in there real fast
Yes.
about the Eagles real fast? I want to. It's not even the Eagles. I don't know who got Andrew DeCecco in. I don't know how you guys pulled. I love him.
He's great.
We love that.
I've been listening to him for years. I used to take my lunch break and go outside and listen to his analysis.
He
on
does.
college ball.
We are glad to have him.
Yep,
Yeah,
we
that
are
was a
so
score.
glad. Sheila, we
Scored on that
appreciate
one.
the call. You
All
hang
right,
in
have a
there.
good
You
one.
hang
All
in
right.
there. You too.
We are glad to have Andrew checking in with us.
Absolutely.
We
All
needed a good Andrew.
Cash, screw you, Connor. Cash contest coming your way next. Today's headlines with Connor Thomas and more of your reaction. Again, today's a day the show sheet is bare. Today's a day full of reaction on the phone lines and the text lines. And
Yeah, the
we'd love
boss
to
thinks
hear
you're
from
a
you.
slacker.
610-632-0975, and he's in today.
He is.
I picked a good day to do little effort, just like Tobias Harris last night. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Something I'm not doing at all today. Grin.
Hey, grin is what
GRIN to 45911, or you can enter it on the Fanatic app or at 975thefanatic.com. Again, the word grin. One winner selected at random will win $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. 975 The Fanatic signing bonus is presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. Demand Rand for justice. Please never text and drive. Good.
Wherever you are, the Kincade and Salciunas show is accessible. Did you know you can watch the show on YouTube right now?
You can listen to the show anywhere via 975thefanatic.com.
If you missed a show, then listen to the on-demand podcast or watch on YouTube.
And of course, we are live weekday mornings 6 to 10 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Well, at least it didn't end on Mother's Day or Father's Day like we're accustomed to. Head to 975thefanatic.com and enter for a chance to win $2,000 from Mom in the Mother's Day nationwide contest, sponsored by Polites Florist. Make Mom's Mother's Day special with beautiful flowers from Polites Florist, now with 3 locations to serve you. Visit PolitesFlorist.com. Reacting to the Sixers' loss, season coming to an end. Oh, yeah, whatever you want to call it. Bitching, like I am about Tobias Harris, which, I've been doing that for 5.5 years. But a tough loss. Tough loss for the Sixers yesterday in a game in which you're proud of the majority of the team.
No moral victories. None.
No moral victories.
The better team won the series.
Right.
But last night told me a lot about Joel Embiid. Told me a lot about a lot of things.
Which is why it's a weird feeling. Like, I'm used to coming in here and yelling and screaming about a loss like yesterday, but I kind of can't, except about, specific players or specific moments or specific decisions by the head coach. But ultimately, you got what you wanted out of Joel Embiid. You had an incredible stretch from Buddy Hield, even though you didn't see him again throughout the entire third quarter, which is very questionable.
Very strange.
But today's a day where we want you to also have the chance to react. You can climb on the phone lines or the text line, 610-632-0975. We got today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in a minute, so let's sneak in Ethan in the Northeast, and then we'll get to more calls and texts after today's headlines. Let's go to Ethan. What's up, Ethan? Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up,
buddy?
So last night, tough loss. But like you guys are saying, I feel surprisingly better than I have before. I think that Embiid did show a lot, and I think that from the series I can gather that Maxey is the Robin we've finally been looking for.
Last night you thought that?
This series, this series you found out.
But last night we really needed him to be.
All right, well, they defended him differently.
Yeah, last night, needed more from him. But overall, same thing with Embiid. Overall, I think this series showed us that we have our 2 pieces. And anyone who's saying, we should blow it up, trade Embiid, whatever, I disagree. I think that we finally found, the piece that Embiid has needed to go somewhere. And I just think that hopefully this offseason, putting my faith in Morey, whether that's good or bad, we get some good bench pieces. We get some, contributors. Because I think the main difference in the series is that their role guys, came through, and ours just didn't consistently enough. I think that's the.
Except for last night when you were completely outscoring their bench, but it wasn't enough. And thanks for the call, Ethan.
Their roster looks so much better than ours.
Yes, it does. And I have something after today's headlines. I have something about, and again, we're focusing on what happened last night and focusing on this series. But to his point about Tyrese Maxey, finding the Robin, I also wonder how Joel Embiid can get better with that next season. And I'll explain more coming up in a little bit. But it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hello, Connor.
Damn right it's time for today's headlines. We need it today. And there are some other things going on in Philly sports. We're going to, as a show, move on to these things, but this is a segment where we do a little bit of a switch up. So let's look around at kind of some things to take our minds off the Sixers in the coming days.
No, it's not going to really work for me, but I appreciate the effort.
I'm going to do my best, all right, buddy? So
you're wearing a freaking Sixer shirt. So I'm watching today's headlines with Connor Thomas. You're trying to get my mind off the Sixers. You're wearing a Sixer shirt.
I'm a little worried about
What
this.
if I just put my arm over this? So the Phillies are now the only team currently in play. They have the most wins in the majors. Alec Boehm is one of the hottest hitters on the planet. Ranger Suarez is probably the best pitcher on the planet right now. Like, as we eventually turn our eyes to the Philadelphia Phillies. A series of 4-game set against the Giants this weekend. Like, are you able to use them as a distraction from the disappointment of the Sixers?
I guess because it's a World Series or bust season for me.
No heartbreak until October.
Right.
That's good news.
Exactly.
Like, I didn't have Sixers finals or bust this year, even before the season started. Like, I never said finals or bust. So, like,
you said, but we did say conference finals or bust.
no, I
right?
said educational approach. I wanted to find out what this team was all about. And then once I saw the path in the playoffs, I said, okay, this could be the year they finally get to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I also did warn you that the Knicks series can be very difficult.
Oh, yeah. Everybody
And I
saw
expected the
that.
Sixers to win, which that didn't happen. But no, I wasn't going Eastern Conference Finals or bust because they didn't have a roster.
I think we set so low.
I didn't have high expectations for this season. I really didn't. They didn't have a. It was Embiid and Maxey, and you knew the roster that they were starting with. Like, the second they traded for Harden was, all right, what are they going to do with the pieces they acquired? You never knew what the roster was going to be until post-trade deadline. I'm sorry, going back to the Phillies, yes, it will distract me. It's going to take some time, though.
Okay, fair enough. Johnny, are you moving on quicker?
I'm moving on quicker. I'm not going to let them hurt me like that.
No, they always hurt me.
They always hurt.
No, they do, but I'm not going to let, my expectations are less.
You picked the Phillies as a division winner, and through the month of April, they got more wins than the Braves.
I really do. I believe in the Phillies, and now the Phillies could hurt me.
Oh,
But,
every team can hurt us.
But the Sixers, they won't. But no, Phillies will be fine.
Next
Phillies are going to
week-
be a great. Phillies are going to be a great summer deflection.
Next week, when we talk more about the Phillies, I want to revisit my 5 positive predictions.
Okay.
Because they're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Except for, I think, one. But it's been a good start to the season.
I'd agree. All right, speaking of things getting started, the Eagles have the Young Bucks in-house today. They start their rookie mini camp. If you had to pick, like, let's say you had, how they sometimes in like a golf tournament, you have the featured group or the featured player. If you could pick like a featured player to watch, I know they don't do all that much.
I was literally about to say none.
Pick one. Humor me, Salciunas. Who would be the rookie that you want to watch during this rookie minicamp?
Jalix Hunt.
Really? Okay.
He switched to a new position late in his collegiate career. He's now going to get coached by professional. Not that I'm not trying to take away from the college coaches, but he's going to be coached by NFL head coaches, a legendary defensive coordinator in Vic Fangio. I want to see if they got a project with upside or Davion Taylor.
Cooper DeJean, because I don't know how they're going to use him.
Right.
So I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see how much they're going to allow him to try to be a corner, or whether they see him just as a safety.
I'm going to go ahead and appease the fan base and go with Trot Jr., baby Axeman. Honestly, I'll tell you what. Some of those times where you bring in a guy that's a legacy guy or a local guy, that emotion ends up bringing the best out of a player. And I'm interested to see if he's a name or if he's a player.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not going to get that out of
I know,
minicamp.
but I want to see. Also, it's a cool. All of this is a cool moment for him. Could you imagine, dude? Being a legacy player in a franchise like that. That's such a cool thing.
But the reason why I say Hunt is because I want to see is he picking it up quick enough?
Well, you didn't watch the Christian Houston film me, or Houston Christian, or wherever he's
Houston
from.
Christian?
Yeah, same difference.
I like John's answer.
You're
'cause
not Andrew DeCecco.
You might get an
No, I am
idea of
not.
what DeJean does. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is just kind of a name at camp right now.
Absolutely. I like names, though. What's in a name? And we're going to end this with something you were actually just teasing. We didn't even plan this, but here's Tyrese Maxey. We haven't played any Maxey sound after the game. He didn't have his best game in Game 6, but he had moments in the series, and he talks about growing with the Batman to his Robin in Joel Embiid.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've seen him do some extraordinary things, honestly. And for me, it's just motivation because, I see him keep working every single summer. I see him come back and he finds a way to get better at something. It's funny, I used to mess with him last year about how he couldn't shoot right hand handsy pull-ups. And he's like, I'm going to be able to do it. And he was able to do it. And I just messed with him in the locker room. I've never seen him in my 4 years actually, back someone down and do jump hooks. He was doing that tonight. And it's he handles the ball. Everything, every time, we ask him to do something, different or something special, he always does it. So it's been great. And then just as a partnership, as a friend, as a brother, I appreciate him because, man, he was like, I keep telling everybody, he was one of the first believers in me, like from day one. Like he after I talk about the Denver game, the COVID game, like I just remember him walking out. He probably won't remember this, but I remember him walking out because he wasn't playing. I always said, "Can you get 40? I think you can." And go out there and score 40 and try to win. And myself at the time, I'm like, man, I played 8 games in the league. I don't think I'm getting 40. But for him to believe me to do something like that, it was special, and I appreciate him.
It's a great answer.
I love that answer.
So, do you know where I'm going at with this?
I don't really. So take us there.
Joel Embiid, I don't want him to change his game by any means. Like it's his basketball team. Remember how we played the Bobby Marks clip yesterday?
Correct.
Tyrese Maxey's the face of the franchise. Like that's baloney. It's Joel Embiid's team. I don't want him to change. But for the first time in his career, he might have to work more with the Robin. James Harden was a facilitator when he was here.
Fair.
Right? Like he wasn't expected to score points. He was a facilitator. Now he scored 40 in 2 playoff games.
Actually, he's a system. Let's get that correct.
That's right.
Yeah,
He's
he
a system.
is the system. How's that system working out again?
Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid literally couldn't try to work with him because Ben Simmons, every time it was a half-court set, it was 4-on-5. This is the first player where Joel Embiid can rely on to score 4. Like that story that he talks about, hey, can you go score 40 tonight? I need you. It's the first player that he can rely on to go out there and score consistently. It's not James Harden who could drop 40 one night and then go 2 of 50 the next night, right? Like he can consistently rely on a young, energetic player like Tyrese Maxey. He might also have to maybe take a little off his offensive plate and give more to Maxey. He might need to start relying on him a little bit more. That could help his health moving forward.
It could help his and they also have to find a way to cut his minutes.
That could be part, yeah. But the thing is, they need to find a player that can actually play and replace Joel Embiid during those minutes when he's on the bench. But this is the first time where Joel Embiid, I think, can realize, and I think it's the first time maybe the Sixers coaching staff lets him know, hey, give it a little bit to the kid. Let him take the shot sometimes. You saw it in Game 5 of this series. And I wonder if that's something they try to focus on during this offseason. Work on the two of them.
I think what they have to do first is they have to figure, once the supporting cast is defined, then you can start to get into that, what you're saying.
Like we always say that the offense runs through Joel Embiid. It should still do that the majority of the time.
It has to.
Majority of the time.
Yes.
But I wonder if there are now times in a game where Tyrese Maxey, the offense can be Tyrese Maxey. You saw it in Game 5 of a playoff game.
Well, it can be. They're going to be, are you talking about spurts? Or are you talking about sequences of games?
Could be spurts, could be sequences. It could be a matchup decision, depending on who they're going up
on a certain
against.
game, okay.
Right? If there's a team with look, one of the things that I was worried about this series was the bad perimeter defense for the Sixers.
We kept saying it.
If there's bad perimeter defense, Tyrese Maxey should have the floor that night.
I think it's fair. The one thing is that we know now something we didn't know. Maxey is ready to ascend to that.
And that's why I'm saying this could be the first time where maybe in an off season, Nick Nurse, or obviously it's Nick Nurse this time, but whoever the head coach ever was could go, all right, we can have nights where it's the Maxey night. Not just because he's hot, but because we plan it that way.
Or the nights where, you're going to load management and Embiid.
Well, that's going to happen either way.
But those nights, you already know you've got a plan that has been used, that has been put into place, that Maxey's going to be the focus.
Now, I also think Maxey is better because he's playing with Joel Embiid. I do think that, and I say that quite often.
I mean, honestly, if you told me where Maxey is after this season, I think the growth has been incredible, would be the word that I would use.
Yeah.
I think it's been incredible.
Well, he earned his max contract.
He did.
This season, he earned his max contract. All right, we'll get to some more texts in a second. Let's go to Mark in Clementon. Mark, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning.
What's up, Mark?
Mark.
I'm with you guys. It's like a weird transition, but I think you guys are hitting it right. It's like the growth between Maxey and even Embiid too. I think the pieces that they have in place too are important. That we know what we got. We have to fill in. But I like majority of this team. Minus a few guys. Obviously, Tobias is going to be gone. But I think the pieces that we have, and especially the coach, I think it's probably the best coach and coaching staff we've had in the past 5 years as well. And what Nick Nurse can do with the younger players and help develop, it's kind of exciting. So yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment, watching these guys and early exits and stuff like that, but it definitely feels different in a good way. And I was upset last night if the game was over, but they fought hard. And to be honest, when Embiid did on one leg during the series, basically, pretty freaking impressive. I mean, you can't overlook that.
Look, we've pointed out that he had one bad game in this series, and
he had Game 5,
but he still had a triple-double, still had the incredible overtime, right? Like, it's in his one bad game, he was still a factor.
And Maxey, I mean, watching him grow in front of our eyes and develop into the player and the man that he is and being a leader and just showing that energy. Like, I've never seen energy come from him, really, except for this playoffs, and that brought that out. And I think that's so important because he knows he can do it, and the team that he has around
him. Well, and he also had more of the opportunity, right? Because he had to play with Harden and Embiid. He had to play with Simmons and Embiid also when Doc Rivers was the head coach and was sitting him on the bench, right? He now had the opportunity to unlock his game, and thanks for the call, Mark. He unlocked his game.
Good word on unlocked.
Yeah, and you saw just how talented this guy can be. And I'm going to say this. Look, again, we're focusing on the here and now, but once we start having the conversation about the offseason, what they can do, it's easier said than done. But the plan this offseason is very easy for me. Now, it's easier said than done because you have to get the players, right? You need to get players that can be athletic on the wing and that can shoot and that can hit threes. A couple of years ago, I know this is out of left field, the Dallas Cowboys, easier said than done, had the easiest offseason that they needed to do. Go after the defense.
That's it.
Because they had CeeDee Lamb, they had Ezekiel Elliott, they had Tony Pollard, they had Dak Prescott, they had that offensive line. Oh, by the way, I could say that exact same thing about the Eagles. It was a pretty easy mindset of what this offseason should have been. Focus on the defense because you have a lot of talent offensively. It's pretty easy to think, all right, this is what the Sixers need to focus on. Because whether the offense is going through Embiid, whether the offense is going through Tyrese Maxey, the supporting cast remains the same. You have a point guard, you have a center. You need wing players that can score, hit open shots, and be athletic. It's really not that hard.
The supporting cast roles remain the same. We have no idea who the hell they'll be.
I know, that's why I said easier said than done,
right,
because
exactly.
they have to find the players. But, like, finding a backup point guard that can't shoot, like Patrick Beverley, that should not be in the plans, right? Finding just guys because of physical toughness, like P.J. Tucker, that should not be in the plans. The plan should be, all right, can this guy maybe take the ball out of Tyrese Maxey's hands at times so he can be the combo guard? Can this wing player hit an open shot? Like, I think we're all in agreement. We would like to see Kelly Oubre back.
I would absolutely love
players like Kelly Oubre is who you should focus on during this offseason. And it's really not that hard.
And can we finally do this too? Is that, and we'll talk about it next week, but it's the idea is, can we get younger? I'm tired of the plugging in old players, name brands. I don't need the name brand that has an expiration date on the shelf.
I give Kyle Lowry a lot of credit.
I do too.
He
ran out again.
And they relied a lot on Kyle Lowry. I saw some people complaining about him scoring 0 points yesterday as well.
He did a lot.
But he also wasn't brought in to score, right? He was brought in to not even we didn't think he was going to play.
He hit the wall around Game 3, Game 4.
Right. But we didn't think that he was going to play, and then he ended up being a starter on this team in the playoffs.
He got so much more. I feel embarrassed that I doubted him. Because
don't feel embarrassed.
No, but I know, because I doubted that he'd offer any. No,
the Miami Heat doubted him. That's why they got rid of him.
Yeah, but I doubted that he would offer anything to this team. And he was offering quality minutes for a long time.
All right, we are reacting with you. All right, the Bears show sheet. Reacting with you. Phone line, text line, 610-632-0975. But there is one thing that I need to get into, and it's the outside noise about Philadelphia fans. Because I heard something on our overnight that was just nonsense. And it also, the guy who does the overnight show made our point. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas on this Friday morning. Fanatic Fridays presented by Pumpman Philly. For 24/7 emergency repair, pump replacement, count on Pumpman Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow. I feel like I'm holding an emotional support football.
Is that like a stripped Nerf?
Yeah, it's a Nerf ball that got ripped to shreds. It's been around the office, but like I'm like clutching it.
Is it making you feel better?
It
Does it
is,
make you feel
honestly.
any
It's
better?
making me feel warm. It's making me think of football season.
Would you have brought the dog in if we had let you do that?
I wish I did because she ate a dead animal outside this morning. Christy called me freaking out.
Was that the carcass of the Sixers season? Was she gnawing on?
Well, I just had a donut, which Mike Vito brought in to commemorate the 0-point Tobias Harris game, which is nice.
That's good.
Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Vito.
That's good.
I had that planned for like 5 minutes.
I'm proud of you. It's a good
You
line.
wrote that one down.
Yeah.
All right, real quick before we get back to the phones and texts, because I know a lot of people want to react today, and today's been a show. Like again, it's a bare show sheet today. Bad day for me to do that when the boss is in. The lack of effort.
He
that
thinks
I
you're
put
a
into
slacker, by the way.
The lack of effort that I put into this show. I'm driving in this morning. I know you heard it as well. So, up until 6 o'clock, we run the ESPN overnight, right? It's the
And it's
national.
the same show every hour.
Yeah, and
For like 4 hours.
Every once in a while, you get some content out of it, right? And so, because of last night's game, that was the lead story, right? At 5 o'clock, top of the hour, they were talking Sixers-Knicks. And the guy is taking shots at Embiid. He's taking shots at Philadelphia. First off, the Embiid shot, he's always making excuses. He's talking about
what?
After last night, Joel Embiid deserves 0 shots.
His own show played Embiid not making excuses.
Yes. And then
he doesn't listen to his own content enough that he comes with that crappy take.
Right. And then he tells the story about the Sixers tickets, the 2,500 tickets that were purchased by the Sixers ownership group, right?
Which I think was embarrassing, but that's my own
okay.
thing.
But he takes the shot going, I thought Philadelphia was supposed to be a sports town.
And the thing is here's what people in Bristol, and as somebody who worked for the network for a long time can tell you. First of all, if they tell you there's not Northeast bias in sport, there is.
There is, yeah.
And one of the things that they do is there's too many of them that do shows and do content thinking that they're just doing it for their friends. They don't realize that ESPN Radio runs in all 50 states, runs in Canada, Mexico, whatever. And they narrowcast. They don't broadcast. They go on there, much like the Villanova social media account,
yes,
which decided to be a fan account for the Knicks earlier in the series, and then finally that got shut down.
Because
that got shut down.
They got crushed by Philadelphia.
There's no reason ESPN Radio overnights should be cheering blatantly for one team.
So
it's obnoxious and it's stupid.
So
it's bad broadcasting.
The thing is, he made our point. So he does the ticket thing, and then they do the report on the tickets. And then at the end, before they moved on to Bucks Pacers, he goes, and that's another disappointing end to the season for Philadelphia on their home court. Atlanta Hawks, Game 7. Miami Heat after that. The disappointing finish to Game 6 against the Boston Celtics, and then eventually losing to Boston in Game 7 in Boston. And then last night. Now let's move to Bucks Pacers. Dude, you made our point.
Right.
Look, I agree with you that it was sad that it
was
had to
sad.
happen, but I do give the Sixers ownership group credit for doing it.
And it was sad again last night that building was that loud.
But that
building was that loud.
But
for
John,
the Knicks
that
last
guy
night.
made our point.
He did.
He took a shot at Sixers fans, but then also made the point that we went through the Marco Bellinelli foot on the line, the Hawks collapse, the Heat collapse, the Celtics collapse. He made the fans' point, the fans that aren't running to the ticket office to get tickets for the playoff game, he made the point that this is what we are used to. And this is why maybe some people decide not to go last night or during the series in games 3 or 4. That guy made our point without even realizing it. All right, let's go back to the phones. Have some texts ready, Connor. Let's go to Tom on the cell. Tom, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, Tom.
Thank you, buddy.
Welcome back to Groundhog Day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to preface the next thought with, I get it. Max contract, 0 points, deserves ridicule. But as I was reading all these pretty nasty comments this morning about Tobias, I had the thought to myself, I think people are really redirecting their energy at the wrong person. Any one of us would have taken that money if offered the max contract.
Of course, Tom.
But, people need to start directing some of that negative energy at the front office, in my opinion. I want to, I don't want to take it all the way back, but I just think back when we had the option to re-sign Jimmy.
That was you got to reread that situation. Jimmy Butler was never coming back here.
He wasn't coming back.
He was not coming back here. And then they kind of were in a tough spot. They didn't want to lose the max slot, so they kind of had to get Tobias Harris, even though they shouldn't have. To your point, they kind of had to get Tobias Harris. You got to reread the Jimmy Butler situation. He wanted to get out of here. He wanted to go to Miami. But, Tom, here's the deal. People always tell me to forget the contract. Fine, I'll forget the contract. A starter in your starting five, regardless of salary, regardless of name, should not go 0 of 2 from the field in an elimination game. We would have ripped any player for doing it. Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey. We would have ripped any player for disappearing in that moment. And, Tom, he's now done it for 6 seasons.
Yeah, you're totally right, Chunis. But, all we can do is look forward at this point. And so kind of bringing it back to the front office, talked about it a little bit earlier. They really got to hit the nail on the head this time around. I mean, I'm looking at what's available. If they sign playoff P to basically fill in the Tobias side, it's going to be just another round of Groundhog Day. So I'm really hoping that they can, find some maybe lesser-known pieces that can play a good role, fill up some playoff minutes down the line, and
Tom, I agree with you. And I saw a scary email this morning, and thanks for the call, brother, from our man Jimmy Shapiro or Shapiro. You told me it's Shapiro. 2-1 odds. Paul George to the Sixers if he does not resign with the Clippers. 2-1. The odds-on favorite.
I'm telling you this, it would be so on brand for Daryl Morey to go out and find another aging veteran on the decline with name brand and be like, look, we're bringing in a name brand. Can we just build, look at what you just got beat by and try to come up with a game plan like that. Young legs, fresh legs, hustle, on the climb, guys who are on the rise, not guys who are on the decline.
Yep.
And
Now,
I worry about
Connor.
it.
Here's one thing I'll say.
Paul George is not. He's terrible.
He's not terrible.
Now he is. No, now he is.
No,
compared to the name brand.
He averaged like 27 this year.
He's not terrible.
He did.
You can't say he's terrible. You can say, I don't want to put my faith in another oft-injured player. You can't say he's terrible.
No,
he's
because
still a very good basketball
I'm talking
player.
about the investment you make in him.
Well,
you're going to make an investment in him, a gigantic investment.
What is the investment? Because is Kelly Oubre a veteran minimum player?
Probably not after this
No,
year. He might actually get paid a little bit more after this.
My point is, he played on a veteran minimum contract this year. Daryl Morey, for some of his faults, has also been around a while. Like, we see the Tobias Harris contract, and we're like, that's the worst deal ever. They can make good deals. Who's to say that Paul George, at the stage of his career he's in...
Oh, it's already reported that he wants a max.
I know what he wants. Guess what? Tobias Harris probably wants another max. Like, we don't know what the deal is until the deal gets done.
Okay.
And we don't know if he's here until
He'll
he gets
get a
done.
max. He's going to get a max somewhere.
If he doesn't get a max and it's like 3 for, 100, sure.
He's not.
That's what... Well, we don't know until we know.
You're right. We have to see what the market is.
What is logical? It's not logical to expect you're getting 3 for 100.
And it's not logical to expect the max player to score 0 points in a closeout game. And sometimes illogical things happen. So let's not worry about something until we worry about it.
I
okay?
got you. And you know what? Let's play this clip now. I was going to save it for like later on in the show, around 9:30. Joel Embiid actually talked about how he wants this team to be built after this season, and I think it's something that we can all agree with. Here's Joel Embiid talking about building for multiple years and not just one.
That's the problem. So, you look at who won last year, Denver. They won last year. Jamal, Nikola, they've been together for, 8 years, something like that, 7. You look at, some of the teams that I won, Golden State Warriors. They're having together for a long time. So, I don't remember the last time you just put a team together and hope that it worked out for 1 year. So, yeah, that's needed.
So, I can tell you one.
He's looking for that.
It was the Raptors. It was Kawhi Leonard, but that was you got the best player in the world for 1 year, and they ended up winning. But I love that Joel Embiid is pushing that. He also said a clip where he can't. He's not the GM. It's not like Bryce Harper. Like Bryce Harper is very
wants
active
to be
of
the GM.
who he wants on the team. LeBron James is like that in the NBA. Joel Embiid just says, "Look, I just want continuity," and I think we all kind of want that. We had a caller earlier today that brought that up. Like, it's got to be guys that are going to be here for a while. It can't just be these one-year deals all the time. And finally, you can, because you only have 2 players under contract, and you can make the case it's going to end up being 1 if they don't bring back Paul Reed.
And again, too, just glancing at the Paul George stuff, he's even being questioned. Like the people who cover him every day, wondering, the questions have to arise whether we ask, what does he have left in the tank? Because by the end of the season, between injuries and otherwise, is he just out of gas? This is what they're saying now, where he is.
Right.
It's not getting better. Players don't start getting better later in the. I go, wow, he's had a complete rebirth. He looks like a young guy again.
Yeah, no one's saying like Paul George is the missing piece to a championship puzzle. You're crazy if you think that.
Right.
But also, like, and I know the odds are what they are now. What happens when Bron wants out of L.A.? What happens when KD wants out of Phoenix? Those odds change. So we're very early in this,
right,
to get too worked up over
No.
it.
It's all right. But you know, what do I expect out of Daryl Morey? I expect him to go shopping for declining, aging name brands. That's what I expect. Because that's what I believe he prefers.
Well, no, I
don't think he prefers. I don't think he prefers to go with young, ascending guys who are going to take time to gel and come together. I think that his history will show you that.
And he has talked about that, saying all he can do is try to keep the championship window open when you have a guy like Joel Embiid. So to your point, he would rather go after. I can't say he would rather have declining players.
No, but I'm saying is that he likes older guys, established names.
Yes.
He likes brand names. I would like him to go look at the team that just beat him in the postseason and learn from it.
And look, this offseason, because of the amount of open spaces on the roster, he might be able to do a little bit of both.
He could.
He might be able to do a little bit of both.
I just, and I got to give him a thing. I'll give him the builder.
All right.
We'll see. If
we'll see.
I'm Googling Villanova free agents right now.
Yeah. Chris Jenkins is still available, right?
He's out there.
Archie Diacchio, he's available somewhere. What kind of text do we have coming in, Connor?
Yeah, so we've got to check in here. A bunch of check-ins still. I got to sift through the Tobias Harris text because a lot of people wanted to fill in on that one.
You can keep on giving the Tobias texts.
This one's interesting from Mike Campbell. I don't understand why you guys are okay with this. They lost another closeout game at home after blowing at least two other games in the series for a lack of hustle in crunch time.
And I ripped them for that today.
That was in the first segment.
We'll expand on that coming up next. We'll expand on that. Have that text ready so that we can reread it coming your way next. We'll expand on it. But a lot of people are feeling the way that we're feeling today. We'll explain more. We'll get more reaction. Today's the show about you guys. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a 76ers playoff.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Just saw our friends Bob Cooney and Ray Dunn during the commercial break. They're getting set for their show. It's a very somber mood out there. You know, as you can imagine, very, very somber mood. And it'll probably be somber all day. But it's been weird because we're kind of proud of how they played yesterday. Now, Connor read a text right before we went to break, so I would like you to read it again. And the guy's questioning why, not just us, but a lot of people kind of had this weird conflicting feeling of wanting to be angry and miserable, but at the same time realizing things weren't as bad as we thought they were. Go ahead, Connor. What did the text say?
Yeah, so this is from Mike Campbell, and
Hello,
he says, I don't understand why you guys are okay with this. They lost another closeout game at home after blowing at least 2 other games in the series for a lack of hustle in crunch time.
First of all, when at any time did we say we were okay with this? I don't like it. It's something that bothers me is the false premise. When the entire statement begins with a false premise, I tend to turn my listening ears off.
Well, you don't have to do that.
But we never, ever. No, but you do, though. When someone starts with a false premise, it's like we didn't ever say we were okay with it.
But
in fact, we were very not okay with it.
Sometimes people misinterpret, and you just have to explain it a little bit deeper.
And we have. We've explained it over and over again. Nobody's pleased. Nobody's saying we got. But I think they got beat by a better team, top to bottom.
Yes.
A team with balance and everything like that.
I think what people are okay with today is the fact that you saw Joel Embiid finally ball out, right, in an elimination game. You saw Tyrese Maxey in Game 5 uplift the team, and you go, okay, Tyrese Maxey we now know is the real deal, and he can step up in the play because there was stuff surrounding him coming up small in the playoffs in years past. Now this was his first chance to really get unlocked and play to his game, and he did that in Game 5. There are players that will not be on this roster anymore that people are celebrating. But no, to the Texans' point, like we did point out, I said it in the beginning of the show, I will not excuse them for losing the series.
Absolutely
because I questioned effort in 2 of them.
I questioned the head coach on decisions.
I questioned the head coach today.
I mean, we did. I don't understand is the idea is that nobody's pleased. But I will tell you this. I asked Joel Embiid to swing my opinion on something. Joel Embiid swing my opinion on something. This was his best playoffs ever. His best playoff series ever.
Correct.
Not even close. I think his best, I mean, unfortunately, that's his playoffs. It's one series. But I don't believe it's one series in any way, shape, or form because of him.
Right.
I don't mean to nitpick, but his Toronto series last year was the broken face here was probably better. But that's a much lesser opponent.
Well, and that's the thing. I think there's context. Like you were going up against the 2 seed, right? You were going up against the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference.
And what were you? Were you a 2 or a 3?
Believe the 3
in the Toronto.
They were a top 4 seed.
You were a top 4
seed. They were, and they were the favorite. They had home court advantage, all that kind of stuff. This was different circumstances, and Embiid balled out. And you have to give Embiid his credit. You have to give Tyrese Maxey his credit for how they played throughout the entire series. I know they both had a game where they played not to the level of expectations, but they both had incredible series.
And again, too, just to say it, too, Nick Nurse has won 1 playoff series since his championship.
And
he's won 1 playoff series.
I question some of his things this year.
He needs to start going, okay, I've got a second pitch. I've got another run in me.
Right.
Because he hasn't created one.
Let's go to Alex in Bryn Mawr. Alex, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing?
What are you up to, Alex?
So when I came in on you guys pushing, grinding, what's his name, Tobias Harris to death. We should have flipped Tobias Harris for them crumbs, like his dad said. We was trying to sell him for crumbs. We should have just did it. Whoever we would have got probably could have got us 6 points. But I was saying, looking forward the next year, we need guys like Siakam, Bobby Portis, Grayson Allen, Malik Beasley, Nazir Reed. We don't really need like a Paul George. Now, if it's LeBron or KD, yeah, but other than that, we just need stronger other kind of guys. We don't need to go get no old Paul George. I don't think that's a good idea at all.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, look, LeBron's a different beast for me, right? Like you know me. Hashtag Bronny for Bron. I'll draft his son just to get LeBron James on this team with that 16th overall pick.
And nobody is going to tell you that that the team wouldn't be better with LeBron James.
They would be better with LeBron James. But Alex, you're right. I mean, they just and that's why I said, and thanks for the call. That's why I said this offseason, now it's easier said than done, but the offseason plan should be an easy one. You have Maxey and Embiid. Whether the team is being built around Maxey or the team is being built around Joel Embiid, that position, point guard and center, you need shooters. You need wing players. That's the direction of the NBA. Like, it's not like I'm saying anything groundbreaking. That is the direction of the NBA.
No, you're not being wrong there.
One of the things that the Sixers did incorrectly years ago, even though I was in favor of bringing Al Horford for multiple reasons, he's taken away from Boston. He's now your backup to Joel Embiid when he's out. They didn't do their bully ball, and they tried keeping up with the rest of the league with a slow team. The NBA has turned into athletic wings that can shoot. The Sixers are one of the only teams in the league that don't have that, except for Kelly Oubre, who they got on a vet minimum.
I wish I knew you. I could have warned you off Al Horford.
Yep. Thanks.
I tried to warn it. I tried to warn it.
Better late than never.
I didn't know you then, really. So.
All right, we have another hour to play. And as we've promised and we've stuck to it, this show is about you reacting, venting, getting it all off your chest. We've been here for you. We've been here for you all day. You've been here for us, too, because you've allowed us to freak out.
That.
So thank you. And we're going to give you more time in the next hour at 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas reacting to the Sixers season coming to an end right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers. presented by Pump Man Philly for 24/7 emergency repair, pump replacement. Count on Pump Man Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow. Another hour for us, but the reaction to the Sixers loss last night continues all day on the Fanatic. Bob Cooney coming up your way at 10 o'clock on the midday show with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn, and, of course, the best show ever coming your way at 2 o'clock. We have Philly Sports Tonight with Pat Egan and Tom Alvord tonight, so make sure you're listening all day. We got you covered. We will be here for you. John and I talked about it before the show started, that this is a show for you. The show sheet's very bare.
Today is.
It's a reaction show, and it's emotion, like what's coming off the heart, what's coming, like there's very little research done in the show. It's just you watched the game last night, you have an opinion on the game.
We share our thoughts, right?
Yeah, and so we would love to hear from you as the show continues, either on the phone line or the text line, 610-632-0975. But real quick, you don't even know that I'm doing this because I didn't even know that today's the day. You put out a tweet about 15 minutes ago that you found out 1 year ago today that you had cancer for the third time.
Yeah, Dr. Collazo, I came out of my colonoscopy, endoscopy. They thought, when I went into the hospital, they thought I had something going on with my heart and potentially a bleeding ulcer.
Right. But
little did I know.
Unfortunately heard the words that you have cancer, but you beat it for the third time. I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you. I know somebody who's going through it right now, so I know it's tough, man. So
it's weird though, is that the sunshine today and I said the sunshine I'm seeing out the windows today, and I can't wait to be a part of. I'm getting mulch today.
Oh, good.
Is just I can't get over, like, and that's where I said it in my AACR ad today. Dr. Collazo, Dr. Sprandio, Dr. Schoon Young, and all the great nurses and everybody who helped me out. It's amazing. I can't believe it's been a year.
Yeah, I can't believe it either.
It's been a hell of a year.
But, man, you beat it.
Thanks, man.
And I'm happy for you.
I appreciate it.
All right, let's go back to sports talk.
Thank you.
All right, let's cry over the Sixers instead.
Yes, please. I feel like I want to cry over the Sixers.
Let's go to Terrence in Maryland. Terrence, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
How
buddy.
you guys doing?
Thanks, man.
I'm thrilled to start the 9 o'clock hour off with groundbreaking news that Tobias Harris viscerally sucks.
What? Wait, do we have the breaking news sounder?
I don't think that's breaking news.
Wait, is that?
You heard it here.
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5 The Fanatic.
Wow, are you an insider, Terrence? What are your credentials?
Dude.
Insider, man. It's just, years of on-court depression from the Sixers have given me the experience I need to break this news. No, it's so beyond frustrating. And, he was so bad last night, and but then you have a guy like Buddy Hield absolutely going off, and then after halftime they sit him for the whole third quarter. Like, there were just certain things last night that were just so beyond frustrating to me that you had a chance to win. I'm not saying we were going to win the NBA Finals. We're not a good team. But at the end of the day, that series should have been ours. I do think we were the better team. I just think that we got beat by bad decisions and really poor play from guys that we needed good play from.
And look, this it's not haunting me right now because we saw how this series played out, and you saw that there was some effort issues, which we can't ignore. There were effort issues in 2 games by the Sixers this series. But, man, the Pacers just beat the Bucks, and I would have liked the Sixers in that series too.
I would have
also. And that's it could haunt me for a little bit, Terrence.
Yeah, no, I mean, the window was definitely open for us. Now, do I think we're getting past the Boston? No.
But they could have finally gotten to round 3, which is something that we haven't seen in 23 years, man. Thanks for the call, Terrence. Thanks for the breaking news. I find it funny. I had a guy come at me on social media. It actually had to get censored by Twitter's rules because of the words that he was using.
Okay. Not towards you or just
no, towards me.
Oh,
and
okay.
that's okay. Say whatever you want. But the guy was basically doing the whole, I bet you wouldn't say this stuff to Tobias Harris's face. I think Tobias Harris knows that his time in Philadelphia was a disappointment.
He does.
I don't think anybody needs to tell him that. And I have said millions of times, and I'll say it again today to the guy's point on social media. I think Tobias Harris is an NBA player, right?
Yes.
I have watched guys play in the NBA that I don't think are NBA players. I don't necessarily think that Paul Reed is an NBA player. He'll be on an NBA roster, right? I just don't think he's a guy that's going to be in the league for 10, 15 years, okay?
All right.
Tobias Harris will go to another team and probably average close to 20 points a game again.
Yes. I mean, he's absolutely going to be able to be a numbers producer.
It's just come playoff time, which we've been dealing with now for 6 years. 6 different playoff scenarios where he will come up small, and it is a given. 2 field goal attempts last night is inexcusable. Inexcusable. 2 field goal attempts.
And
he may as well not even dressed.
It's over and over. And it's not a one-off. This is a long time brewing.
Yeah.
And it was honestly, for your opinion, we talked about it earlier. I asked Joel Embiid to change my opinion of him in big games. He did it in spades. You asked Tobias Harris to change your opinion. He never does.
No.
Never does.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to Gates in Philly. What's up, Gates?
What's up, Gates? Good name.
How you doing?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
I was calling in when I heard you. I had a few points, but I've been on hold so long I might have forgot a few. But
I'm sorry. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day, man.
You were mentioning, I understand. You were mentioning, but I'm a long-time listener. It's my first time calling.
We appreciate you, buddy.
I was listening in when I first tuned in. You were talking about the Pat Bevs and you don't want to see a Pat Bev and a PJ Tucker, right?
Yeah, I don't want to see old guys with a name brand that are declining.
My whole thing about our squad is, and hats off to the Villanova guys. I'm a lifelong Villanova fan. We should have lost to them guys. There's no way in the world we're the better team. They got Julius Randle hurt. We should have never lost to them. But at the end of the day, we lost to Jalen Brunson. If we had a Jaden Springer or
dude, Jaden Springer, I'm telling you right now, Gates, Jaden Springer would not have played 1 second in this series.
He wouldn't have played him.
He's Ben Simmons. It's 4-on-5. He has no offensive game, man.
Look at the guys we had. I mean, Jalen Brunson was out there looking like James Harden in his prime. Look at the guys we put.
He doesn't just do that against the Gates. He doesn't just do that against the Sixers, man. He's become a star in the NBA.
Yeah, I understand that. All
right, you're going to say that they should have kept Pat Bev and his defense would have been blah, blah, blah. Is that what we're going to get at?
This is defense. We don't have no dogs on our team. We're soft. That's the thing. We don't play no defense. We're not going to outscore everyone.
What do you want to see? You want to see a guy like Pat Bev throwing a basketball at women's heads and acting like an ass? Please.
Not just a Pat Bev, but a 3-and-D guy.
Well, they didn't even have one. Like that's and look, Gates, you're not wrong, and I appreciate the call, brother. You're not wrong. They need perimeter defense. That was my biggest issue, my biggest concern going into this series. I said it on these airwaves. You heard me say it.
You did.
The thing that scared me the most about this series was the lack of perimeter defense for the Sixers. I don't think if they had Pat Beverly on this team, they would have won this series. But DeAnthony Mellon, and Connor, you and I were talking about this during the commercial break with Bobby. DeAnthony Mellon's injury hurt them a lot. Now, you couldn't rely on him because he had been hurt all season long with a spinal injury, but him being hurt was a big issue for this team because that is really your only perimeter defense. Him and Kyle Lowry, but again, how much can you rely on 38-year-old Kyle Lowry to stick with Jalen Brunson for 38 minutes? You can't. So they had to throw a bunch of length at him. They had to throw Kelly Oubre at him. They had to throw Nick Batum at him. And, oh, by the way, once again, to in response to Gates saying Jalen Brunson killed them, 2 of the wins, they did a tremendous job stopping Jalen Brunson. Games 1 and 2, they kept Jalen Brunson in check. The Sixers lost both those games. Pat Beverly would not have made a difference.
He didn't make enough of a difference in the team that he was with.
Yeah.
But I don't think Gates' point was Pat Bev specifically. I think he's talking about like a Pat Bev type player, like someone out there who could go and lock. They don't have a player who can go lock down a guard that was available in this series, and that's a major issue. Like that's a major team building thing they need to focus on.
And again, DeAnthony Mellon's injury is why you can't acquire a guy in game 1 of the playoffs.
The Brunson thing, sure, they locked him down in 1 and 2. Guess what happened? That's rolling coverage him. That's doubling him. That's moving guys off the backside rebounder so that every offensive rebound is the New York Knicks because you got to focus on the guy with the ball in his hands. Like, if you could put somebody on him to lock him down, it's a different series.
I root for success of people.
Okay.
Some people.
But the day Jaden Springer, people realize is not an NBA player, I will celebrate. Because I didn't get the trade. I really didn't. They traded him for a 2nd-round pick. You could have kept him on the roster just to be on the roster, honestly. But come on, guys. He wasn't going to play a second in the playoffs. He was not going to play a second. So the day he's no longer in the NBA, and it might, I don't know, I don't think he's going to have a 10-year
And you're
NBA
not rooting
career.
for it to. You're not rooting for something bad
but
to
I'm
happen
saying
to him.
to Gates, and I know Gates not the only person that's going to bring up Jaden Springer.
Oh my gosh!
And the defense that he could have provided, he can't play on the floor because he can do zero offensively. So all right, you fix your defense issue for 8 minutes. Your offense has now even more issues for 8 minutes. It's basically Ben Simmons during an 8-minute period. I don't think that's good. I don't think that would have been the answer.
No,
I
don't
really
either.
don't. What text do we have coming in, Connor? Because I want to walk the line between the text line and the phone line as well.
Absolutely. Jay from Westchester checks in and says, "Hey, Connor, good morning." Doesn't say good morning to you two.
That's fine.
And he says,
This is like the Connor line.
I love it. If you put my name in the text, I'll answer it first. He says, how come the Sixers don't allow Joel Embiid to pick his backup? Do you think he has enough input in who ends up being the backup center on this team?
I would rather Joel Embiid pick the players he's on the court with.
I would
Not
also.
the-
I
not
would
the ba-
absolutely.
not the backup.
I would love to hear what him and Maxey feel.
Yeah.
And I believe Daryl Morey's a smart guy. Like, even though I don't necessarily trust him to build a good young roster. I think he's a smart enough guy that he'll sit down with those guys and he'll talk to them about what kind of pieces do you think work best.
Right, and Jay brings up the Eagles and how they did that and brings up the Kelsey thing, so that's good. We have another one. Andrew, do you want to see John's head explode?
Always.
All right, here's a good one here.
Thank you, buddy.
Happy 1 year anniversary finding out you had cancer. Now it's
Let's see if my
today's
head
the day your head explodes.
Yes.
The Sixers set themselves back by trading for and signing Tobias. Now, the process is refreshed.
Oh, jeez.
Process part 2, Johnny. Let's go.
No, you can't call it a process
Extend it.
when you already have 2 stars in it.
Process that has failed.
It's extending.
All right, real quick. There is a guy that I would absolutely love to be the backup to Joel Embiid.
Okay, who is it?
My man, Jonas Valanciunas.
Oh,
well, you just want somebody that's related to you.
He is very
No,
he
he's
would
actually
be a great
he'd be
backup.
perfect. I think he's a starter in this league still.
100%.
Yes, he's a starter.
He's an unrestricted free agent.
I
so-
did not. Wait a minute, though. There's no way a great basketball mind like Nick Nurse couldn't find a way to make that work.
There is, but he's gonna have to be willing to come accept the role where he either plays a weird position, or like he could go make money and
He's
be
gonna
a guy.
He's gonna go make money anywhere, though, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing, dude. Some guys just don't want. He'd be on the floor with Embiid, or he'd be a backup. Some guys don't want to do
look,
that.
You're honestly, look, I wanted them to trade for him, but the Bulls are stupid. Andre Drummond's a free agent again. Like
See,
you
now,
could
yeah.
get him for another 1 year
And
deal.
Andre, I promise you this: in this series, with Andre Drummond's ability to rebound,
yes,
you absolutely win. We're at least going to Game 7. We are at least going to a Game 7 if Drummond's on the.
Paul Reed was unplayable. Unplayable.
What's Drummond's offensive numbers look like this year?
I'm sure.
I mean, it's like
great.
they're not great, but
Probably
I mean,
averages like
but
9
I'm
or
sure. Yeah,
something.
but I mean, it's not. It would not
No,
be.
but you're not bringing him in the score.
No, I understand that, but
he
it would
averaged
not be the
8.5 points a game.
Okay, but
Oh, nailed it, Connie basketball.
very good.
You're not. Yeah,
It would-
you're not bringing him the score. You're asking
Yes.
him. He grabbed 9 rebounds a game in just 17 minutes.
That's unreal.
Like that's what you're bringing him in.
He
for.
would. We would absolutely be in a much better position if he had somebody to rebound the basketball.
All right, let's go to Markar. Markar, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
Hey.
buddy.
Tough loss, feeling it. But there's one thing that's bugging me more than anything. It's not Tobias. I knew that was going to happen. To think he's going to show up in back-to-back games is ridiculous. I think we got out-coached in the last minute. When I look back to the game, okay, when Maxey tied it to hit that free throw, and we come down, and they come down, that double we ran on Brunson, I thought was crazy. Because I would rather live with Brunson hitting a 2. He was cooking, no question. But I would take a 2 from Brunson and then come down. And then, because we were scoring, I think we can hit another 2.
Mm-hmm.
But when they leave that open 3, they hit that, and then we go shoot a 2. Now we're in a bad situation. Because the Knicks were going to foul. Right? They're not going to let us shoot another 3. I think we got out-coached in that. Now, do I think Nick Nurse is a bad coach and all that? No, we're not there yet. But I do question that last minute.
And it's fair to question. Look, I question a few things.
There were a few last minutes
I
we're questioning in
question
this
not
series.
giving Buddy Hield a second in the third quarter after he was unconscious in the second quarter, and you can't tell me, oh, he needed rest. You had halftime. I question the Daryl Morey not making it abundantly clear that Joel Embiid could not foul a player because he had 5 fouls already. There was a lot of things that you could question about Nick Nurse. Nobody's saying he's a bad coach, but yeah, I mean, it was an interesting decision. But that's what they were doing earlier in the series, right? And they did keep Jalen Brunson in check, who was unconscious last night. So maybe Nick Nurse's thought was, I can't let this guy score again.
And maybe it was, but
no, having a guy, you can't be wide open.
There was time burnt, and two, there was time burned
Thanks for the
off
call, Mark Carr.
burned off the clock in 2 different losses in this series that I just question time management.
Yeah, I didn't get game. I still don't get game 1. I mean,
I'll never understand it.
There was like 20
The
seconds.
broadcasters didn't understand it. I don't
There's like
understand
20
it.
seconds on the clock. You're going, what do you? Wait, so you're saying, all right, we're done?
Okay, we're ready. Long series. We got this.
What other texts do we have coming in there, Connor? And then we'll get back to the phones.
Yeah, real quick. Sorry, I was just checking to see about the timeouts, too, because I was seeing if they had timeouts for that play. The Knicks took a full timeout as soon as Maxey made his free throw before that play. So you had a chance to put something in to make something happen. Now, another text here. This one, Juan from Richmond checks in.
Hello, Juan.
What's up, Juan?
11 years since the process started, 23 years since advancement past the second round, 40 years, 11 months, and 28 days since a championship. But who's counting?
Yeah, it's been bad, man.
That's the tough thing. Like, as much as we're kind of conflicted and there's upside, when you look at the amount of time, it's another year gone.
Well, and that's why I wasn't celebrating what Shaq was sending you yesterday.
Right.
About
No, and look, in a long text threads with Shaq during the game.
Yeah.
He was pointing out, trying to give me the positives of what he was seeing.
Right. But
that it wasn't all crap.
If I saw this 5 years ago, it's different.
It does hit different. Yes, it does.
Look, I'm glad that I finally saw Joel Embiid ball out in an elimination game, right? You gave the numbers yesterday. You were the one that came up with the numbers, John.
They were being used all over town
They were
yesterday.
being
It was
used
great.
all over town,
I
but
like
you were
that.
the one that came up with those numbers about Joel Embiid's numbers in closeout games. Joel Embiid balled out yesterday. Only problem is, I can't go, oh, well, he finally did it. He's 30, right? So, I don't know how much longer the runway is for the Sixers to start taking away positives. Now, I could take positives that Maxey, the way he unleashed
completely
himself,
different.
that may add to the lifespan of Joel Embiid in a Sixers uniform in the NBA. That may add to it.
He's just becoming, 23?
Right.
Maxey?
And now maybe at some point, I'll bring up Shaq. Miami Heat Shaq wasn't L.A. Shaq. He had Dwayne Wade that he could rely on, and then he could do some things himself. Joel Embiid does a lot more offensively than Shaquille O'Neal, with all due respect. So
he'll tell you that.
Yes, but Tyrese Maxey might be able to take some of the load off of Joel Embiid, and that could help years moving forward.
The one thing, and it would be, is that discussions where it's just got to be as a star, and one of Shaq's points always with Joel is your stat line can't be an EKG.
Mm-hmm.
Your stat line there needs to be a floor and there needs to be a ceiling, and it just has to always be amongst those numbers. Some nights you fall a little lower to your star floor, and some nights you go to your star ceiling. But it can't be dropping below consistently.
And
he didn't last night. Last night
he did
was
it all
fantastic.
series except for Game 5.
He did
it all series.
He had his best playoff series ever, and last night, with all the pressure in the world on him, he delivered and did a fantastic job.
Let's go to Dan in West Grove. Dan, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yeah, guys, just wanted to clarify the Jimmy Butler situation. He was open to being a Sixer until somebody told him that Brett Brown didn't think he could control him, but he could control Tobias Harris more. So that's when Jimmy said, I'm a grown man, ain't nobody going to control me, and decided he was not coming back to Philadelphia. When that series, Game 7, ended in Toronto, he was very open to it because he saw what
It wasn't just that part of it. He also was upset with the coaching decision. For some reason, Jimmy Butler wanted Ben Simmons to have the ball in his hands, but Brett Brown gave he didn't like Brett Brown, period. It's not what Brett Brown was saying. He didn't like Brett Brown. He did not want to play for Brett Brown. Basically, it came down to the Sixers picking Brett Brown over Jimmy Butler.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying Jimmy was open to it because he wanted to play with Embiid. He was
but the problem that a lot of people bring up is that they did pick Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler. That was not the case. And even like Jimmy Butler's line went during that clip where he says Tobias Harris over me. No, I mean
even he knows that's not true.
Yeah, exactly. But there was a lot of stuff to it, Dan. We appreciate the call, man. There was a lot of stuff to it. All right.
I've missed every shot today, by the way, into the trash can.
All right, Tobias, take a break.
No, but I'm taking the shots.
That's true. Slightly better.
Slightly better, man. Jeez. You know what? I will say I'd rather Tobias shoot a basketball than you, John.
That is good.
With all due respect to you, John.
You are being kind.
Yeah, I'm growing.
You are. You're growing as a person. By 10 o'clock, you're going to be a full-grown man.
All right, more time for you and us to all react to the disappointing end of the season last night. It was a good game. It was a great series. It just sucks that it was the Sixers. Like, I wish it wasn't the Sixers. It was an awesome series of playoff basketball. But because I was invested on one side, I'm feeling the way that I am today. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. leads to incredible comedy and content on social media.
Okay.
Because sometimes you have to laugh through the pain, and we do a lot of that here in Philadelphia.
Too much.
I just read a great tweet from AP Nick.
Okay.
I'm thinking as a fan base, we set up a Tobias Harris Memorial 5K to celebrate his biggest contributions to the city, jogging for about 30 minutes.
Oh, jeez. Okay, it's funny.
And then he says all proceeds go to his charity or something.
It is funny.
That's a great line.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's the Tobias Harris 5K.
Can I say too soon? Can I say just too soon?
No.
It's too soon for me.
The first thing when Dylan McKinnon walked in, he said, "Happy Tobias is no longer a Sixer day."
Mm-hmm.
It's today's a day to celebrate that.
It is.
Don't you dare bring him back, Daryl. Don't you dare bring him back.
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that.
I don't know. He's posting up in front of Crumble Cookies.
I don't think he'd do it. I really don't.
He always likes Tobias Harris content.
I don't think he'd do it. Don't think he would. I don't even think his burner account would.
Better not, man.
I don't even think his burner account wants him to be back here.
All right, let's go back to the phones as we react to the Sixers' loss to the Knicks. Today's been a day for you to voice your frustration. And there's been a lot of it. Earlier today, we literally did a Tobias Harris mean text segment because that's what the majority of people are texting in about. I love the people that feel the need to call in and say it's not Tobias's fault. Look.
Why, though?
Why?
What do you like?
Like, he didn't do anything for you.
What's the motivation?
He didn't do anything for you. In 5.5 years, he did nothing for you. So there's no need for you to call in and defend him. All right? He did nothing for you.
And you don't have to do, he's a great guy.
No.
Because he is a very nice person. He's a great guy. But come on. Enough. Enough of that.
I think I'm a great guy, but I'm not a good basketball player.
I don't know great. I don't know great.
Average?
No, better than average.
Yeah, slightly.
Great?
Yeah, you know. But I might be a better person than I am basketball player. Same could be said about Tobias Harris.
Pretty low bar on both accounts for you.
It really is.
Let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Robert in South Philly. Robert, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, I love Embiid.
Robert, can you do me a favor? Can you get off the speakerphone for us, please?
Yeah, let me feel like there we go.
All right, hold on a second. We'll clear up your line. Let's go to Daryl and Trenton. Daryl, you're on the Fanatic.
Yes, yes.
Hello,
there you
Daryl.
go, buddy.
How you guys making out today?
We're good,
trying
man.
our
How
best,
are you?
man.
That's cool. That's cool, man. I'm just always amazed with the microanalyzations of the games, of the series. You guys and all the callers bring out so many good points. The Tobias thing, got to move on. That's a fact. He just doesn't bring energy. His heart is there, but the energy is not. Jalen Brunson, what can you say? The guy had 41 and 12 last night.
He's such an outstanding player.
He really is.
And he has great. And he also knows what the officials were giving him.
Yeah.
And to him, he gets credit for that.
And you can't give up the open shot, so you got to spend so much time guarding them that all those other guys are going to be open. But what I see most with Philly, with the Sixers, is that at many parts of the game they don't have confidence. And New York came in, even when they went down by like 6 or 8, they just fought right back. They were making timely shots, and they always felt like they were going to win. Where on the other side, some of the players on Philly were just a little tentative, a little afraid. They're shorting up their
Yeah, I mean, look, you saw it earlier in the series with Buddy Hield. He was hesitant to shoot. Now, to his credit, they drew up a play for him yesterday. He hits a shot, and look what happens. You see the ball go through, and that can unlock something. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. The Knicks were out there looking like they were going to win that game from the start. Now, to the Sixers' credit, they did fight all the way back, though, after being down 24 points.
Right. Right. But then, unfortunately, I guess, a lot of players, when they come out like Maxey did in game 5 and he had 40-something, how are you going to follow up another game and have 40? Sometimes the elite players do, but sometimes guys come up short the next game. So who's going to fill the void? We were hoping for Tobias to come through. He didn't come through. Batum had a decent game, but didn't really score as lot.
Look, Kelly Oubre had a nice night last night. We appreciate the call, Daryl. He had a nice night. Look, the Sixers.
Kelly Oubre did a nice job.
The Sixers had a good game yesterday.
They did.
Right? Like, that's the thing that sucks the most. And that's why I think people have this weird feeling in the pit of their stomach, like you did today, John. And I do too. The Sixers they played well last night.
I wanted to, every other year, the Hawks series, the Miami series, the last year, the Boston series. There were reasons for me to be pissed off at the end of the series that I was like really like angry about it,
Right.
not happy. This, I'm very conflicted because there's things that I saw that maybe I didn't expect to see. There's things that worked in one game and didn't work in another. It was just a different vibe. And one thing I know after Nick Nurse, his team fights a lot harder than we've seen previous Sixer teams in a playoff series.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They had fight in them. They had fight in them every damn game to the end.
There was a quote from Kelly Oubre after the game talking about how Nick Nurse is the best coach he's ever played for. And I saw somebody, retweet it and say, "I've never heard a player say that about Doc Rivers. Never heard a player say that about Brett Brown." Like the players clearly like Nick Nurse as the head coach.
And I think that he clearly, whether you disagree, and we've nitpicked it, not nitpicked. We brought up a few things that we didn't like about strategy.
Absolutely.
But one thing about Nick Nurse is his team plays hard for him, and they gave me very few times we questioned the rebounding in game 1. We questioned the rebounding again in game 5. But for the most part, that was a team that played pretty hard and pretty smart.
All right, we got Robert's line fixed. Let's go back to Robert in South Philly. Thanks for doing that, man. We appreciate it.
I really wonder about Embiid's conditioning in the offseason. Over the years,
What do you mean?
He's come back, he's lost some weight, and he's looked better each year. It doesn't seem to me that he puts enough time in the weight room that would create a situation where he's going to be able to get through this.
Robert, he would knock you out with one swing.
Yeah, I mean, his
dude.
physique gets better every year. But the thing is, I think it's more. I would think more plyometrics.
I think
more
he's 7'2",
and he's
and runs a lot, jumps a lot, gets fallen on a lot. I mean,
Right.
look, the main injury, he was hurt before the Kuminga fall, but that was basically the final straw. A 6'8", 220-pound man fell on his knee. I don't care if you're in the best shape of your life. That's probably going to mess up your meniscus.
I can't disagree, but you look at Giannis and you see how he's jacked and everything. I think there's some improvement.
Did Giannis play in his playoff series?
Giannis was out again for another year in the playoffs.
Right, so you can't even compare him to.
By the way, Giannis missed another year of the playoffs. And last year he missed playoff time.
Right, so you can't.
All right. I appreciate you.
We appreciate the call,
the
Robert.
The last 2 years when his team needed him in the playoffs, Giannis was hurt.
Look, he wasn't over the top, Robert, about Embiid, but this is why I always say he's the most disrespected athlete in Philadelphia. We're comparing, oh, man, he's not healthy. Look at Giannis. Giannis literally did not play in his playoff series.
And last year, he missed 4 of the 7 games
and
against Miami.
Nobody's ripping Giannis's conditioning.
Yeah, dude, there are only a handful of people on the planet who are like Joel Embiid's type of player.
Right.
And they've all had major issues. The only other guy I can think of off the top of my head is Anthony Davis. And he's always hurt.
Yeah. The only guy that really stays healthy is Nikola Jokic.
And guess what? He's not athletic.
Right.
I've already had people saying this morning, he goes, you got to call New Orleans. You got to see if they'd be willing to swap their big man for our big man.
Yeah, tell Zion to take a hike.
No. Zion sweats honey mustard. Seriously.
I would take him, but
you wouldn't take. Would you honestly take that deal right now? Zion for Embiid?
No,
I would not.
Oh wait, no.
He's saying put a package together where Zion and Embiid are the 2 biggest pieces that are going back and forth. And I'm like, look, the guy sweats honey mustard. No,
I'm not trading Embiid for Zion.
He walks by and you think he's wearing Chick-fil-A dipping sauce as a cologne.
All right.
For God's sake.
Look, Zion's a talent. He
is a talent, but he can't stay healthy.
He can't stay healthy. He can't. All right. This man was texting me last night, so I'm gonna.
Who is this man?
The floor is yours. Let's go to Graf and Media.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hey, Graf, have at it.
Dude, I'm not going to take Joel Embiid slander at all.
No, you shouldn't. Today, it's ridiculous to do that.
It's the most ridiculous. That man did not just call up and talk about Joel Embiid's conditioning when the dude's playing on one leg, looking like freaking Harvey Dent, Two-Face out there. We're joking, right? I got a max contract player going 0, 4, and 3?
Yep.
The man had 4 rebounds. He couldn't even get me double-digit rebounds. That means that he's not playing basketball. We all understand that, right? And, John, I understand your nervousness about Paul George.
22, 22, 7, 33,
5,
15.
yeah,
That's-
7,
that's the
15.
stat line.
Yeah, 7, 15 in a series so far. He's thrown up a 7. He's thrown up a 15, and more importantly,
but he's also thrown up 2 22s and 2 33s.
Graf, they're even asking the people who cover his own team are saying, "Is the guy got it?"
Man, I don't care.
You just want another name brand, Graf. You just want another name brand.
No. Here's the deal.
If you could get me 5 points a game.
Graf, you know what you just lost to? You just lost to Walmart brand, the Walmart brand products. A bunch of them, making up around Brunson. Instead of going for the big name brand, high expensive stuff.
But John,
I would love, John, I am not arguing that I wouldn't love that type of build for the Sixers. I'm not arguing against that. But what I am saying is anything is better than Tobias.
We know that, but I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be another aging veteran.
But here's the thing, because here's the deal. And Graf, we appreciate the call, Graf. We appreciate it. Here's what you're gonna have to realize, John.
What is that?
The conversation's not going away. The Paul George thing.
Oh, it's not.
Paul George, the player, is a perfect fit with the Sixers. Wing player that can create, that can hit a catch and shoot three, can hit an open
all the
shot.
things you've wanted Tobias to be.
Can
All the
defend.
things you've wanted Tobias to be.
He is actually a perfect fit with the Sixers. So to poo-poo, oh, well, he had 7 points.
No, what
Look,
I'm saying to you is he going to be healthy here?
that's the biggest issue.
Fair
That
question.
is why I don't want Paul George. If you told me Paul George will play this season, he played 74 games. If I would sign up for that in a second.
And the last 2 of the last 3 years was bad.
56, 31, 54, 48.
So it was 4 of the last 5 years.
That is the
I'm not
biggest
betting on it.
issue because I already need to rely on players to play well when Embiid's out.
And Embiid is going to be injured. We know it next
You know
year.
that.
No matter what happens, he'll be injured.
Paul George, the player, is a freaking perfect fit with the Sixers.
Here's where it is.
It's just everything else that comes with it.
On paper.
Right.
On paper, he's the perfect
But
fit. I don't want it.
It's not like, oh my God, how dare you want a name brand player? No, he's a tremendous player and fits perfectly with this team. My biggest concern is your concern, the health, because I already deal with that with one player. I probably shouldn't deal with that with another. If he stays healthy, it's great.
If you're in,
that's another big if. Yep. All right. The Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 coming your way next, as well as our crossover with Bob Cooney. I'm going to guess that Bob Cooney will be talking Sixers today on his show.
I'm betting that. I'm betting the over.
That's coming your way next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Day, but the commercial break conversation is John ripping me for a football season wedding.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you made your lovely bride happy,
she was happy
by doing it. Then
she wanted the fall colors in the pictures, John. Come on, man.
I've already told my daughter someday, you want to have a fall? She also, I'd like to do a fall wedding, Dad. I said, well, just don't make it a Sunday and don't make it an Eagles weekend.
You know what really sucked? I was supposed to go to Miami with Philly sports trips that weekend.
Oh, jeez.
Schedule release next week, Johnny.
Oh, I can't wait. Thursday, it appears, and you heard Schefter. He plans on being in Bristol on Thursday.
Can't wait for W's and L's Day.
I can't. Well, be next Friday then.
Yep.
It's W's and L's. I feel a tickle on my throat.
And then around 9:47, we'll relive the W's and L's during the Kincade and Salciunas.
I feel a tickle on my throat coming on, just a little bit. Be on call, Connor.
Here's the 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, why does this keep happening to me, man?
I'm going to tell you, I expected more out of you to start the show. I don't know why, though. I don't know why. Because I think we will reflect in the next 4 hours that we're feeling like many of you in your cars. I feel very conflicted today.
Here's why you feel conflicted. And you didn't even express your feelings to me. You just told me that you felt conflicted.
I feel really
conflicted when I walked into the building today. And here's why you feel conflicted. Because you saw what you wanted last night out of the big man.
No question.
The Sixers played their guts off after going down
22
points
in the first quarter.
Usually, what was everybody's first thought when they're down 22 in the first quarter?
It's happening again.
They didn't show up to another elimination game.
Gutless.
They came back. They take a lead. They played their balls off. I've said this to you now probably 10 times during the series. I wish I wasn't a Sixers fan for a second. Not because they lost, but because this series was actually highly entertaining. It just sucks that I had a side in this series, and unfortunately my side lost. But this was a very entertaining series, back and forth from Game 1 through Game 6. But then from a Sixers fan point of view, you got what you wanted out of the big man yesterday. 39 points, 13 rebounds, 40 minutes of work. His best and, quite frankly, only good performance in an elimination game.
His best by far.
And he balls out yesterday, but unfortunately, it's not enough.
I have a lot of conflicted feelings about the head coach, who I think that one thing I saw is Nick Nurse's team plays tougher in the postseason than other coaches I've seen. But I also have conflicted opinions about what his strategy was, what his decision-making was after watching that.
Freaking Tobias Harris, 2 field goal attempts, 0 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. It's not like he uplifted his game anywhere else. I am so thankful that I get to at least celebrate one freaking thing today, and that means the end of the Tobias Harris era, unless Daryl Morey decides to re-sign him. And if you do, Daryl, oh, so help.
Joel Embiid, and I felt it so confidently going into yesterday.
You did?
I thought Embiid was going to ball out. I admired that effort last night. I admired the grit and the toughness and the fight that he had. I think part of it was because of the fact that the Knicks said, well, Maxey's not beating us tonight. But you know what, though? You get opportunities. You got to seize opportunities, and Embiid did that.
And I know Buddy Hield played every second of the second quarter. In the third quarter, after going 5 of 7 from 3 and scoring 17 points in the second quarter, he played 0, not minutes, seconds. He did not get on the floor in the third quarter. And I have to question Nick Nurse, who we are all excited for being here, right? I don't think anybody thinks that Nick Nurse is a bad head coach. I have to question that decision to not play your hot hand when, from the beginning of sports, if you have a hot hand, you keep giving him the freaking ball. It's sports. 29 minutes of cardio. 29 minutes of cardio. That's all he did. And I know, he played great defense on Jalen Brunson. Did he? He scored 40 freaking points. It's a freaking constant. Every single year, I have to watch this guy disappear.
Not every single year. You're never going to have to watch it again. I'm very conflicted because usually when the Sixers lose, when their season's done, it reinforces and says to me, okay, they are what I thought they were. This series was so entertaining and so hard fought. I hate it was a really entertaining series stuff when my team loses, because I always feel that's sort of a loser approach. Did you win or did you lose? I'm conflicted about it all because I thought that series was freaking awesome.
Well, all right, that was the 3 best minutes from today's show. Highly spirited when it came
when it came
to Tobias Harris. And now Now it's time for our crossover with one Bobby Cooney. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How are we?
Doing well, buddy.
Miserable.
Come on. We did well today. I think
we did well as a show.
This was cathartic
doesn't mean I'm
to
not
me.
still miserable.
I got to tell you, I feel it's like a little cathartic.
I'm sad that it ended. I wish it went 7.
Yes.
Like, this series freaking ruled.
Well, that's the thing that ticks me off most is that it didn't go to tomorrow. That we weren't out partying on a Saturday getting ready for a Game 7. That the, anxiousness of it all and the anticipation, that's what we miss out on. Like, John knows better than anybody. I'm such a day-to-day guy.
Oh, yes.
That day was taken away from me, and that's what pisses me off.
Yeah.
It would have been an amazing time.
It would have been a great
I'm
time.
going to go walk the boardwalk in Ocean City tomorrow morning, Bob.
Hey, cleanse
just to have like a cleansing
up.
breath. Oh, yeah, it seems like it's going to be a little chilly.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
They're not going to bring back Tobias, right?
No, I don't think so. No. That's you know what? It happened early in the game. He got a pass and he had Josh Hart on him. And I said to my wife, I'm like, that's 6'8" versus 6'4". This is where you're going to see something. Backs down. Who can I give it to?
Passes it out.
Like, you didn't see the aggressiveness at all. And
why is that? We saw it in Game 5, and I celebrated it because I was supposed to, because we should have, because you don't win that game without Tobias Harris in Game 5. But I didn't expect him to do it again.
Yes, great. There's great players that let the game come to them and then, go with the flow or whatever. There's other players that go out and get it. I don't think he knows how to go out and get it. And, and when the game doesn't come to him, there's no game to be had. So there's some questions. Like, I understand that we all feel decently. Like, Bill Colarulo is going to be joining me for all 4 hours. Had a great point out there. He said, thank God they won that Game 4 in New York because Joel Embiid would be getting blasted in this city if they didn't win Game 4 because he had a bad game then.
Right.
So he comes back last night, fights through everything. But I'll tell you what, that Jalen Brunson, my God.
He's a hell of a player,
he's a hell of a
man.
player.
And I was looking at the contracts of the Knicks. They ain't going away anytime soon,
they're not.
boys.
And
they're going to be better from having this run.
Exactly.
Right, and that team's going to be together. And look, Embiid talked about it after the game yesterday, how he would like to be like Jokic and Jamal Murray. They were together for 7-8 years. That could be that Knicks team where they're together for a long time.
Yeah, that's not real good, is it?
It's going to be an interesting offseason, Bobby. We'll be listening
Good
today,
job,
man.
Bob.
Thanks,
boys.
Bobby.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join Pump Man Philly and other of our generous sponsors and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because I'm living proof 3 times over. Cancer research saves lives.
Everybody have a great, great, great weekend. Try to enjoy yourself as much as you can. Fitting that it's going to be raining this weekend after the
Yeah, we're going to baseball, though.
Yeah, but I can't, hunker down and watch the Sixers Saturday night.
No, we can't.
By the way, real quick, if you're looking for something to drink this weekend, head to 975thefanatic.com for the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Get a $50 gift card for Von C Brewing Company in Norristown for just $25. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. Everybody have a great weekend. Bob Cooney, Bill Colarulo coming your way next right here.